everyone, we're going to get started, so if you could please take your seats. Thank you. Well, I'm thrilled. My name is Margaret Myers. Let me start by introducing myself. I run the Asia and Latin America program here at the Inter-American Dialogue, and I'm so excited to welcome you all here to the dialogue for our fourth annual Japan Latin America Forum. Previous iterations have taken place in Tokyo, in Mexico City, also another meeting in Washington, D.C., and we're so delighted to have everyone back here for this fourth event. We co-host this event every year with the Japan Association of Latin America and the Caribbean, which I've just discovered is celebrating its 60th anniversary in just a matter of months. So we congratulate them on that tremendous achievement. This is a critical juncture in the Japan-Latin America relationship. Japan's engagement with Latin America has withstood political change and economic fluctuations over the course of many, many decades in the region. But the relationship is now facing, I would say, a series of new challenges, including on the trade front, and some economic uncertainty on both sides of the Pacific. That said, the Japanese government has been very clear about its interest in strengthening ties to the region through new policy, revised policy, which I think we'll hear about today in some depth. We'll also hear from a number of Japanese private sector representatives who've been kind enough to share their time with us, flying in from across Latin America and from Tokyo, to talk about their experiences in the Latin American region in a wide variety of different countries and their efforts to engage in new and often very innovative ways in a range of economic sectors. So we are pleased to feature some really very remarkable experts on various aspects of the Japan-Latin America relationship over the course of the afternoon. And we are able to do this in very large part due to generous contributions from our sponsors, specifically Mitsubishi Americas, Nippon Koei, PS Solutions Corporation, which is a subsidiary of SoftBank, ANA, and Prudential. So many thanks to all of our sponsors for your continued support of our work on the Japan-Latin America relationship. Allow me, all of that said, to welcome the first of our expert guests to offer some opening remarks. Carla Hills is Chair and CEO of Hills & Company, and for at least a couple more weeks is co-chair of the Board of Directors of the Inter-American Dialogue. She has been absolutely integral in shaping and growing this organization and many, many other organizations and businesses over her career, and especially as the nation's chief trade negotiator. Ambassador Hills, of course, developed and supported many of the trade and other linkages that have promoted the sort of cross-regional engagement that we've witnessed in recent decades. So it is a tremendous pleasure, as always, to welcome Ambassador Hills to offer some initial remarks on Japan-Latin America relations at present and into the future. So, Ambassador Hills, the podium is yours.
Thank you so much, Margaret. It's a great pleasure to join you and the great group that you have gathered. It's interesting that we should have today this Japan, Latin America, and Caribbean forum, because there are a lot of issues that need to be discussed. So I welcome each and every one of you. I know a number of you, and it's a pleasure to see you. And let's see what we can do with respect to the issues that we confront together. I've been asked to say a few words about the current trade and investment environment and the challenges and the opportunities that exist on both sides of the Pacific. Well, I don't need to tell you that these are turbulent times. economically, politically, and technologically, and they are affecting our domestic, bilateral, and our global trade relationships. As you all know, the United States is involved in a trade dispute with China, and in that connection, a torrent of tariffs have been placed not only on China, but also on close allies, including Japan and Mexico. Britain and its traditional trading partners face uncertainty with respect to Brexit. What will the rules be when they withdraw? Will they withdraw from the European Union? In June, the World Trade Organization reported that trade restrictions by the G20, the largest economies, have reached the highest level since the 2009 financial crisis. And this past October, Christine Lagarde stated in a speech, "The rise in trade barriers is hurting not only trade itself, but investment and manufacturing. The stakes are high because the fracturing of global value chains could have a devastating effect on many countries, including advanced economies." And here in the United States, our trade policy has become bilateral instead of global. That's a sharp reversal from our long-standing trade policy. For 70 years, since World War II, whether under a Democratic or a Republican administration, our government worked to open markets, firmly believing that the free flow of goods, services, capital, and ideas would provide benefits for nations both rich and poor. Over the past 2 years, we pulled out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership that involved Japan and a number of Latin American nations, Mexico, Chile, Peru. We've negotiated a replacement for the North American Free Trade Agreement that we have had for 25 years with Canada and Mexico. The replacement is called the U.S.-Mexican-Canada Agreement. This coming year, our Congress must decide whether or not to approve this replacement. Failure to do so would destroy some of the most synchronized supply chains that exist today, and the cost would be very high for all three economies, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Clearly, these extraordinary shifts in trade policy have created an atmosphere of uncertainty, which is not a good climate for trade or investment. We can hope that moving forward on the U.S.-Japan Free Trade Agreement will bring an end to tariffs that hurt the economies of both nations and herald the beginning of a calmer atmosphere for our bilateral relationship. We can also hope that congressional approval of the U.S.-Mexican-Canada agreement will be prompt and accomplished without acrimony. One of the calming factors with respect to trade issues today is the positive relationship that Japan has and continues to have with Latin American and Caribbean nations. Japan currently has an economic partnership agreement with Mexico, Chile, and Peru, and is currently negotiating one with Colombia. It has also negotiated a free trade agreement with the European Union, which is scheduled to be ratified at the end of this year, a couple of weeks from now. In addition, it, along with Mexico and 5 others, have ratified the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP 11 instead of 12, which replaced the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Their ratification satisfies the requirement of 7 of the 11 participants, which need to ratify the agreement before it takes hold, and it will enable the agreement to take effect December 31. And this agreement will liberalize trade between Japan and Mexico, which is already quite substantial, and the benefits will expand to include Chile and Peru once they ratify the agreement. Japan has a long history of diplomatic relations with Brazil and Peru, along with deep personal relationships throughout the region. More than 1.6 million people of Japanese descent live in Brazil, and a substantial number live in Peru, Mexico, Argentina, and Colombia. With the recent uncertainty and friction in North America, it is not surprising that Latin American countries have increasingly looked to establish economic relationships beyond the Western Hemisphere. And Japan is already a major exporter to the region. Much of what it sells is high technology and capital-intensive products that rarely compete with Latin American products, whether that competition is within Latin America or in third countries. Annual total trade grew 12% between 2002 and 2016 and is predicted to continue to grow as trade agreements with Japan continue to create new opportunity. As Professor Kachwar of the World Bank noted, the Japanese model in Latin America has three prongs: trade, investment, and official development assistance, and it has constructively used all three. Japan has created a partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank to support public-private partnerships in the region, often in connection with their investment. Japanese investors have put money into infrastructure, often with the participation of their government. Japan's constructive actions can serve as a model for the rest of the world at a time when the understanding and appreciation of open markets has declined. Expanding the relationship between Japan and Latin America and the Caribbean region will be a win-win accomplishment. Other governments will long for something similar. So I congratulate this forum and all of you who are in attendance. We are extremely grateful for the experts who have come and given their time and their expertise to share with us. And so I know you're going to have a terrific forum, and I thank you for including me.
Thank you, Carla, for really perfectly setting the scene for our next session. We are so pleased to welcome Ambassador Takahiro Nakamae from the Latin American and Caribbean Bureau of the Japan Ministry of Foreign Affairs to make some brief initial remarks, followed by an always exciting exchange with Mireya Solis, Senior Fellow from the Brookings Institution and Japan Chair there. So, Director General, I welcome you to come and make your remarks.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you very much. My name is Takahiro Nakamae, Director General for Latin America and of the Latin American and Caribbean Bureau, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. I would like to express my deepest appreciation for inviting me to this precious event occasion. Special thanks to the Japan Association for Latin American and Caribbean and the Inter-American Dialogue for this opportunity. I am very excited to share with you some of my insights about the relationship between Japan and the Latin American and the Caribbean and our future prospects, and look forward to hearing your comments. As is well known, well, let me continue. How can I? Okay. Let me continue my talks with this map on the screen. As is well known, the Latin American and Caribbean region is traditionally significant in Japanese foreign policy, mainly in three noteworthy points. First, this region represents a huge economic potentiality. It's a land with vast supply of natural resources, a population of 600 million, and an already large but even promising market of $5.6 trillion. Second, Latin American and Caribbean is a group of countries with considerable influence in the international fora. This is a group of about 30 countries that share the ideals of democracy, rule of law, human rights, and market economy. And thirdly, Japan has a history of more than 100 years of diplomatic relations with Latin American and Caribbean countries. For a number of countries in the region, Japan is the oldest Asian partner. This gives us rich assets that make huge comparative advantages. The historical migration of Japanese citizens to the region forms today the largest Nikkei community in the world, with more than 2 million descendants now. Having said that, I must admit that Latin America and the Caribbean region traditionally had very little relevance from the viewpoint of Japan's national security because of its geographical distance, scarcity of mutual economic integration, and little geopolitical engagement. In recent years, however, this paradigm is making an important transformation. Main factors are the shift of the world's economic gravity to Asia-Pacific, more diverse and dynamic engagement by global powers in the region, and its own economic and social development. In response to this shift, the relations between Japan and the region are also changing. That is, more relative positioning of Japan's engagement in the region, as well as the diversification of diplomatic interests between Japan and the Latin American countries. Let me try to describe it more in specific terms. First, our economic relations are changing. The Latin American and Caribbean region used to be basically a supplier of natural resources to Japan and a market to Japanese manufacturing products. This remains to be an important characteristic of our trade relations even today. But it is worth noticing that our economic relationship is also taking a new form. A notable example is in Mexico, where the number of Japanese companies' bases has steeply increased after the conclusion of bilateral EPA in 2005. Today, there are 1,200 Japanese enterprises operating in this country. This is far larger a number than that of Japanese companies working in, for example, United Kingdom or South Korea. More importantly, Japan and Mexico have passed its traditional trade relations of mutual complementarity and are building global value chains with their view towards the global market. Second, our shared agenda is changing. Our official development assistance, ODA, used to be one of the main pillars of Japan's diplomacy to the Latin American and Caribbean region until the 1990s. Japan was one of the top ODA donors for many countries, and there is no question about the contribution that Japan's ODA made for the benefit of the economic development of Latin American countries. Excuse me. However, as the result of economic and social development during the last couple of decades, the traditional donor-recipient relations are no longer the dominant denominator of Japan's diplomacy with a number of the countries in the region. And with the development assistance that Japan continues, new policy requirements are taking the main role in it, such as disaster prevention, addressing social inequalities, and environmental issues, and so on. Moreover, Japan and some Latin American and Caribbean countries are promoting together tripartite cooperation in which they jointly get to assist other countries within and out of the region. In the meantime, more and more a common agenda is taking the driving force of our diplomatic relationship in the international arena. Both are upholding free trade and multilateralism. TPP 11 includes 3 countries in the region, and others show their interest in participating in it. We collaborate in improving global governance, such as UN Security Council reform. We share common interests and concerns in global issues, such as nuclear disarmament and climate change. And oftentimes we raise voices together. And thirdly, Japan is upgrading its engagement with Japanese migrants community. Japan historically provided support to the Japanese migrants and their families in Latin American and Caribbean countries in order to help them take root and stabilize their lives there. Today, their 6th generation descendants are being born, and they are deeply rooted in the local societies. Consequently, Japan's engagement in transforming itself from its original style of life supporting to take a new mission of helping them play a major role in cultural bridging between the local society and the land of their ethnic origin. Based on this transformation, in 2014, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe announced 3 guiding principles of Japan's diplomacy vis-à-vis Latin American and Caribbean region. They are progresar juntos, liderar juntos, and inspirar juntos. That is, progress together, lead together, and inspire together. Under this guideline of juntos, the relationship between Japan and the Latin American and Caribbean region has made a notable development. To raise just a few examples, policy dialogue between governments has intensified notably. This year alone, the Japanese government made more than 70 visits of ministerial and vice ministerial level to the Latin American and Caribbean. Investment from Japan in Latin American and Caribbean has increased steeply. There are twice as many Japanese companies in the region as 5 years ago. Japan supports a major international role by Latin American and Caribbean countries. We support the willingness of Costa Rica, Argentina, Brazil, and Peru to join the OECD. Japan has intensified its effort to communication. Japan House Sao Paulo, a new facility of Japan's communication strategy, opened in May 2017, and since then, it received more than 1 million visitors in 18 months. On the basis of these achievements, and as Japan is proposing a new diplomatic role globally, Japan is now about to take a new initiative in the regional sphere. In August 2016, Prime Minister Abe announced the principle to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific, stating that a key for stability and prosperity of the international community is the dynamism that is created by combining 2 continents, namely the Asia and Africa, and 2 oceans that are free and open, Pacific and Indian Ocean. Excuse me. With this initiative, Japan intends to undertake diplomacy conceptualizing these continents and seas as an integrated region. But what does it have to do with Latin America and the Caribbean? Well, as far as you try to think of it, looking at the map like this one that is familiar to you, it might be a bit difficult to get an idea. But if you see the map that we usually see in Japan, I think that will help you. This is the map usually used, world map usually used in Japan. And here you will see the Indian and Pacific Ocean in one place. In your case, in your map, it's separated, but in Japan, it's just one. We have some advantage in that sense. So Latin America and the Caribbean is situated in the east end of the Pacific Ocean. Also, with the Strait of Magellan and the Panama Canal, this region is a major beneficiary of a free and open maritime order. Given that most of the Latin American and Caribbean countries share with Japan the fundamental values, and they have made remarkable economic and social developments during the past couple of decades, they do not only enjoy the benefits of free and open Indo-Pacific, but may also potentially lead in promoting it. A joint effort on this matter with interested countries in the region bears a huge possibility of fruitful results. We consider it important to start discussing future way of cooperation with interested countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. On the basis of this, let me explain here the new proposal that Japan has recently made to guide its relations with the Latin American and Caribbean. During his visit to Argentina 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister Abe announced an initiative to enhance connectivity between Japan and the Latin American and Caribbean. This intends to recapitulate the fruits gained in bilateral relations with the idea of juntos, and to take our cooperation to a new height in the region as a whole. In this initiative, Japan proposes to Latin American and Caribbean partners that both, first, progress together in connectivity of economies by enhancing free and open economic system. Second, lead together towards connectivity of values based on rule-based multilateralism. And third, inspire together in connectivity of wisdom with the aim of achieving SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Japan wishes to promote its diplomacy based on the 3 pillars of connectivity of economies, values, and wisdom. Regarding the connectivity of economies, Japan wishes to confirm with the Latin American and Caribbean countries their commitment to free trade and a free and open international economic system. We witness the entry into force of TPP-11 and continuous efforts by Latin American and Caribbean countries in favor of consolidating the free trade regime. Also, in addressing the infrastructure need in the region, Japanese government will explore the possibility to mobilize public and private resources to promote the development of quality infrastructure in collaboration with public agencies such as Japan International Cooperation Agency, Japan Bank of International Cooperation, and Nippon Export and Investment Insurance. Promoting matching between corporations, including small and medium enterprises, is also an important agenda. As for the connectivity of values, both Japan and the Latin American and Caribbean countries have achieved development relying on the rule-based international order. and we share the responsibility of defending it. Collaboration with the countries in the region in protecting and promoting a free and open rule-based maritime order is a very important and promising effort in this context. For its purpose, an enhanced policy dialogue is essential. It may also be a possibility of future cooperation in improving maritime law enforcement capabilities of the region. As regards the connectivity of wisdom, Latin American and Caribbean countries are also facing or will be facing relevant challenges such as natural disasters, aging society, or environmental and urban problems. Japan, with its experience, is promoting SDGs based on the principle of human security. Japan may contribute by proposing solutions for these challenges with its experiences and know-hows, such as innovation of industry, government, academia collaboration, and human resources development. Japan will study the possibility of providing assistance to suit countries' needs, like overcoming vulnerability to natural disaster, putting behind height of GNI per capita in a nod to the fact that there will be more ODA graduate countries in the future. I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that this initiative of connectivity is not meant to take part in free and open Indo-Pacific directly, but it is naturally understood that they very much share the common ground of values and ideas. I would like to highlight also that through these three enhanced connectivity, Japan wishes to proceed together with Latin American and Caribbean countries towards a major role in the global community as free, democratic, and responsible players. Thank you very much for your attention.
We'll now proceed with a moderated discussion between Mireya and TG Nakamae.
Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back to this Japan Latin America Forum. I always appreciate the invitation, and it's really an honor to share the stage with Director General Nakamae. Thank you so much for a very insightful, comprehensive presentation, and to be doing this as you're battling a cold, I think that's double merit. So thank you so much. So I think it was really striking from your presentation. You made the point of both how long back the relations between Japan and Latin America go, but also how dynamic they are. And that some of the established patterns, say, on international trade, where you had vertical trade, or the donor-recipient relationship has evolved, and now you have deeper forms of economic integration, and Japan and Latin American countries actually working together to solve some issues at the global stage. So I would like to ask you some questions, Director General Nakamae, that focus precisely on the factors for change and the horizon of possibilities. How far can we imagine this relationship will go? And if I'm going to focus on drivers of change in Japan-Latin America relations, I think the place to start actually is with Japan, in the sense that it's been very interesting to watch in the past few years how Japan has been able to articulate a much more proactive diplomacy, certainly in the economic field, but in other arenas as well. And the question then is, how did this come about? What changed in Japan that allowed for that more strategic, deliberate articulation of a foreign policy, but also what changed in Japan's external environment that made Japan step up in its diplomatic efforts?
Thank you very much. Yes, quite so. Recent years, Japan's diplomatic activities has been very much outgoing and very much dynamic. But I have to say that it is not limited to our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean. It's global. And that owes very much to the current government. Since the Prime Minister Abe assumed his post 7 years ago, he proposed the diplomacy of panoramic perspective of the world map that we have, and also the productive contribution to world peace. Under this motto, practically Prime Minister Abe made a number of visits. Only with the Latin American countries, 2 weeks ago, he made an official visit to Paraguay and Uruguay. In fact, it was the first visit by Japanese Prime Minister to those countries in history. And with that, Prime Minister Abe already made an official visit to 11 countries in the region, which is without precedent. And that, I think, also has a background that Japan will have to proceed by own feet, exploring its sphere in the global community as an actor in the international society, in the world that everything has become relative, and the various values and principles has been challenged by various factors such as extremism, populism, state capitalism, and so on. So that's the background, and I believe that our current government, is taking right direction for that.
Very interesting. Now, when I say that Japan has changed and that Japan now has a much more proactive diplomacy, I think that one of the most obvious examples is the relaunch of the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. That's quite a long acronym, but nevertheless, that people just did not assume that the agreement would survive the American exit. And yet, Japan, being the largest remaining economy in the agreement, was crucial in making this work. Now, Mexico was the first country to ratify the agreement, and I say that with pride since I am from Mexico. But the other Latin American countries, Chile and Peru, I understand, have not yet ratified.
TPP or TPP 11. Such countries like Mexico and Chile played a very productive leading role in pushing forward and giving momentum to the negotiation. And we are very much appreciate for this. And as you mentioned, Mexico was the first country to ratify it, and Chile and Peru are following suit. And I have been informed that within a question of months, they will be ratifying it and participating as a prospect. And yes, you are right in mentioning that CPTPP, despite its naming, has no regional restrictions. Such countries like now openly express their interest in participating. Such countries like Thailand, or even United Kingdom. And when Foreign Minister Kono made a tour in Brazil, and why not participate in TPP? Yes, we all know that the previous government of President Santos presented formally its willingness to participate in CPTPP. In August, Foreign Minister Kono made an official visit to Bogota and had a conversation with President Ivan Duque. And President mentioned that he would prefer continuing negotiation of bilateral EPA rather than directly participating CPTPP. Well, it's their sovereign decision, so we take it as mentioned, and we work on it together, and we will see what happens.
Thank you. Now I want to bring more the role of the private sector in Japan-Latin America relations. Again, touching on an element of your presentation, you mentioned how transformative have been Japanese manufacturing investments in the region, particularly in Mexico. A lot of that investment centers in the automobile industry, and Mexico is in fact very integrated into North America due to the North America Free Trade Agreement. And Ambassador Hills mentioned how this is a very important period of time, given that we have a renegotiated agreement that has tighter rules of origin, that has many more requirements for car companies to be able to benefit from the trade agreement, but also because we don't know what will happen when this renegotiated trade agreement reaches Congress. So what is your impression, Director General, about how this changing landscape with the United States now pushing for this renegotiation, with, Congress maybe taking a very hard look, and we don't know what will happen with the agreement. How do you think that will impact Japanese investment in Mexico, given the growing uncertainty?
Thank you. Yes, as I mentioned, there are 1,200 Japanese enterprises active in Mexico. And the majority of them belong to the auto manufacturing. Currently, there are 4 manufacturers operating in Mexico, namely Nissan, with the longest history of operation there, and then followed by Honda, Mazda, and Toyota. And with these companies, Japanese government have been very much closely and carefully following the negotiation of NAFTA, resulting in USMCA. Foreign Minister Kono made a visit to Mexico twice this year and had meeting with Foreign Secretary Videgaray, and at that time, Foreign Secretary designate Mr. Ebrard, and also met with the President Peña Nieto and President-elect López Obrador. And in each of the meetings, one of the major issue was to express our interest and to a certain extent our concern as for the outcome of the negotiation of NAFTA, in the sense that the result should not affect the interest of Japanese companies invested in Mexico. As I mentioned, we have come building a very good model of economic integration and cooperation between Japan and Mexico. So we didn't want to see it seriously affected. And both the government, previous government, and the incoming government promised their due attention to the interest of Japanese manufacturers. Of course, above all, the rule of origin clauses will be the most affecting part of the agreement, maybe for the manufacturers. And as I understand, it might differ according to each one of the manufacturers, depending on the style of their operation or the amount of investment both in Mexico and the United States. But to some extent, we see that possibility of manufacturers exporting with the possibility, as a possibility as an option of whether to export with the most favored nation tariffs, or moving the plants, or seeking other markets for their products. That kind of shift of strategy is said to be necessary, but we have to see. We have to wait for this agreement to be ratified and put into force, and it should be observed to the details of the agreement.
Thank you. So if I can now pivot to talk about this new initiative that you described that the Prime Minister just announced 2 weeks ago at the G20, the connectivity agenda. So far, the questions I've been asking you, Director General, mostly on the trade front, but we know that connectivity depends not only on opening markets, but also in infrastructure finance, which is actually an area of very active diplomacy on Japan's part. As you know, Japan has the Quality Infrastructure Fund. It is now talking about teaming up with like-minded countries as part of the Indo-Pacific strategy. The fact that the United States passed the BUILD Act and is going to launch into the International Finance Development Corporation signals that this will be indeed an area of great activism on the part of Japan. But then this brings me to my question. As you mentioned also in your remarks, you said that relations between Japan and Latin America are long-standing, but that Latin America has never been a national security priority for Japan, and geography matters. So in this area, in this time of competing priorities for Japan, what can be done to make sure that Latin America's needs for infrastructure finance are also met with ample resources and participation from Japan?
Well, yes, as I mentioned, the Latin American and Caribbean region used to have very little significance as to the Japanese national security. But as I mentioned during my presentation, I think this is it's coming to change to some certain extent. The geography, as for geography, it's being overcome by technologies and communications. And for the market, with this globalization, the commodities are being traded globally. So although not all the soybeans produced in Cerrado are not imported to Japan, but it also affects Japan's food security issues. So it comes multiple ways, but it comes to affect the national security of Japan. So first thing is that we have to get aware of that. One of my businesses, I think, is to raise the awareness of this in the public opinion of Japan, and as well as in the Latin American and Caribbean. But as for the infrastructure, we know that there is a huge demand for investment in Latin America and Caribbean. And we know that Japan is not alone, cannot fulfill that demand, of course. And countries like China is a huge investor in the region. And we, in that context, we try to make an differentiated approach, raising the flag of quality infrastructure, counting the lifelong cost of the infrastructure. Some examples is that JICA has a contract agreement with IDB for co-financing on various infrastructure projects. And including that scheme, Japan has been making some important financing to some important projects such as energy grid in Ecuador, geothermal plants in Costa Rica, for example. Another thing is that everyone is talking about the project promoted in China of of railways in Panama. But please don't forget that we are now working on a very important project of urban transportation in Panama City. Yes, it's a nearly $3 billion project, and with the Japanese financing and the Japanese technology of monorails. So within a matter of a couple of years or several years, Panama City is going to be the most advanced technology of urban transportation. So in that way, we would like to promote the Japanese advantage in the area of infrastructure. Maybe it cannot be the volume that we can compete, but we can still show the example of how the infrastructure should be made in Latin America and the Caribbean region.
So my next question is, how will the geopolitical challenges associated with a free and open Indo-Pacific strategy play out when we think about Japan's engagement in Latin America? And when I say geopolitical challenges, what I have in mind is mostly that you have a United States that has a different attitude in its international role, that's becoming more defensive on trade, that's opting for bilateralism instead of multilateralism. And you also have a China that is using its growing economic clout to also exert more influence in international politics. Now we know that the United States and China are both very important actors when it comes to Latin America. So my question to you, Director General Nakama, is how Japan is going to navigate these geopolitical trends when it's thinking about its own strategy vis-a-vis Latin America?
Yes, this is quite a challenging question. It's a very good question. And one thing that I might mention is that recently, it's a very common saying is that recently, particularly with the current administration, the United States has been retreating from its engagement globally, and countries like China or Russia are filling its vacuum. But as an observer of Latin America and the Caribbean region, I should say that, well, it is not quite recent that the absence of United States engagement is observed in the region. I think from the beginning of the century, maybe because it's my personal guess, but because for the United States, the security concern came to be concentrated in such regions like Middle East or Northeast Asia, Western Hemisphere, Latin America and the Caribbeans. Well, with all the problems that they may have, are not directly the priority of United States security concern. In 2007, a very well-known book was written by a columnist of The Economist, Mr. Michael Reed, and the title on Latin America and the Western Hemisphere, and the title of this book was Forgotten Continent. So that's a very symbolic. And during that time, as we all share, during that time with the commodity boom, there was huge expansion of economy in that region, and with that, a huge demand for infrastructure or investment. And China was one of the countries that could afford that financing. So, and also we are noticing that with the current administration of President Trump, there are more frequent mentioning about China's engagement in the region. So my my feeling is that the current administration is more conscious of the geopolitical situation in Latin America and Caribbean, and how Japan is going to navigate itself in that situation. Well, as our asset is that, as I mentioned, that the fact that Japan has the longest history of relations with the majority of the countries in the region, and a huge asset of Japanese immigration to the region is the base of mutual confidence between Latin America and the Caribbean and Japan. And on the basis of that, I think we can make a differentiated approach. And as a means of that, we have just proposed this new initiative of connectivities. Now, we are proposing to proceed juntos with Latin American and Caribbean countries with the values that we share and we would like to procure. I think that's the way that Japan, it might not be the volume, but this is the way that Japan would be able to occupy its due position in the region.
Thank you so much. So now I want to open it up and ask the audience if you have questions. Probably we'll take two at a time because we have limited time. So if you can identify yourself and just have a very concise question. I have a gentleman here and then Barbara.
Thank you. I'm Leon Weintraub, a retired member of the U.S. Foreign Service. I'd like to ask you as one diplomat to another diplomat. I noticed you named a number of countries in Latin America. For obvious reasons, you did not name Venezuela. Assuming that Japan, maybe my assumption is wrong, but you can correct me, assuming Japan would like to see Venezuela take moves in the direction of a restoration of democracy, the protection of human rights, a market economy, is Japan currently trying to affect some changes on its own? Or are you simply withdrawing from trying to influence the decision? It's not a major factor? Or are you trying to maybe influence the United States, perhaps taking a back seat, but trying to work with the American administration?
Hi, I'm Barbara Stallings from Brown University, George Washington University, and Tsinghua University in Beijing. I want to follow up where Mireya left off in talking about Japan and China, especially in terms of infrastructure investment in Latin America. We know that Japanese investment is more expensive for the recipient countries, the partner countries, than is China's. And one of the things that people are very concerned about is how China is financing their infrastructure investment with large loans, which the countries themselves may not be able to deal with. How is Japan financing its infrastructure investment, and are you also concerned about debt issues in these countries?
Thank you. Yes, very interesting questions. As for Venezuela, yes, you are right. Japan has repeatedly announced publicly its wishes to see Venezuela recuperate, to recover its democracy with the participation of all the forces, political forces. And we are also pointing out that the situation with the migration of Venezuelans to neighboring countries, the situation is taking a regional dimension. we repeatedly point out and announce that, and our approach is that we maintain the channel of dialogue. We have our ambassadors, our ambassador in Caracas. We have a dialogue channel with Venezuelan ambassador in Tokyo, and I think Venezuelan government is assuming as beneficial to maintain this channel, and I think it's in a way we are not imposing any specific sanctions to Venezuela, but through these channels we manifestly are expressing our position. Sometimes they don't like it, but we know that we have to do it. And as for the regional dimension, we have been helping through community assistance and contribution to organize international entities like Red Cross or UNHCR for to help the Venezuelan migrants in the region. This is the style that we are keeping. As for the Japan-China relations and the infrastructure, yes, you are right that our infrastructure is a bit expensive. Is expensive, but we are arguing the lifelong cost. Perhaps the startup cost of constructing might be more costly, but we argue that the lifelong cost, including the maintenance and the durability of the our infrastructure, makes the lifelong cost rather reasonable, and that is really our experience with our work of infrastructure, and so we believe in that, and we are promoting that. And as for the Chinese approach to infrastructure in the region, well, I am not in position of doing comments on on Chinese project, but when it comes to the project like Belt and Road Initiative, the position of Japanese government is that any infrastructure or project or initiative of such kind should abide by international standards such as transparency, openness, and fiscal sustainability. Well, we have several entities that do the financing. JICA is doing the very concessionary ODA type financing, and Japan Bank of International Cooperation is also very active in financing the infrastructure and other projects.
We have time for one more question, provided it's very concise and short.
Just if you permit me 10 seconds. And if the Japanese agencies do financing, we always keep very keen about the financial sustainability, financial soundness of the recipient countries.
Good afternoon. As they say, konnichiwa. My name is Roland Roebuck, and I'm an activist in the area of race relations throughout the Americas. I'm interested in knowing the relationship between Japan and Brazil, especially now with this president that is very prone to erode the rights of Afro-Brazilians and at the same time take a very hard line in the protection of the environment. So I'm wondering what is the position of Japan in reference to that? And with the same assertiveness that Japan is criticizing Venezuela, I'm interested in knowing if Japan is taking the same position with respect to the United States, as it also erodes the rights of minorities in this so-called democracy. Thank you.
So we have like 1 minute or two with very difficult questions. So.
Thank you very much.
日本語でもいいし。
It's very, very interesting questions. As for our relations with Brazil, well, this year, both countries celebrate 110th anniversary of Japanese immigration to Brazil. 3 years ago, Japan and Brazil celebrated 120 years of diplomatic relations. We have long history of relations on the basis of mutual confidence. And well, the new president is the result of the Brazilian people, and I have no authority in commenting on the president-elect as a person. And moreover, he has not assumed his post yet. So I think it's a bit premature to make on comments, but of what he declares to do when he takes office. But our position in international fora on environment issues and human rights is very clear, and I believe that Japan will base ourselves on our principle, on those principles in our relations with whoever the government. As for Venezuela, well, we support the democracy. We urge the Venezuelan government to abide by the principles of democracy and human rights. But maybe the difference of approach from some other colleagues in the international community is that we base our argument on the responsibility or accountability of the government on the situation, not taking part of the conflict or internal conflict, whether the parliament is right or not, whether such and such election is legal or illegal, who has the authority and so on. But what is certain is that the government has the administration has the accountability vis-à-vis the international community as for the situation that they are managing. That's our position.
Well, this has been really a very enlightening discussion, very dynamic conversation. Please join me in thanking Director General Nakamai.
Yes, I echo your thanks, Mireya, and thank you, Ambassador, for sharing with us the latest features of Japanese policy toward the region. We are going to do a very, very quick switch to the stage setup, so please bear with us for just a couple of minutes, and we'll get going with the second session. All right, I welcome the panelists for this second session.
Yes, but he's not. Oh yeah.
Oh, there he is. Okay, great. So you'll push this button, and you can just aim it right. Okay, well, welcome back. Thank you for your patience as we did the quickest reorganization we could manage. This session, I think, we'll go into a little bit more depth on some of the regional dynamics, be it Asia Pacific or Latin American dynamics, that will shape the relationship in the coming years and are already shaping dynamics. As I mentioned, Japan is very interested in engaging the region, especially on a governmental level, and Japanese companies remain ever present in Latin America, but the trade dynamic is changing very quickly, which in some cases presents opportunities, in other cases many challenges. And so I am very pleased to feature a really esteemed group of experts on international trade, the Asia Pacific region, on Latin American affairs, to help us understand these trends and the sort of economic architecture in which all of this is playing out. Allow me, you have everyone's bios in your packet, so I won't go into tremendous depth on all of the speakers, but just to make a very, very brief introduction, we have Mr. Kotaro Horisaka who is Professor Emeritus at Sophia University. Neba Vandenbroek who's a partner at Wilmer Hale, and I guess we're going in a slightly different order, Elizabeth, just so you know. and then Toshiyuki Yasui, who is Executive Director at the Inter-American Development Bank, to talk to us about various aspects of the relationship and various fundamental trends that will shape it in the coming years. So without further ado, allow me to turn the floor over to Mr. Horisaka for an initial presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Well, we just heard a good presentation of Director General Nakamai and good talk between Minnesotis, and so my presentation will be a little bit related with what he has told. From now on, I will say, instead of Latin America and Caribbean, I will say just LAC countries. In Nakamai's talk, he mentioned three juntos, or three togethers, principles and its extension version of enhancing connectivities. It is these juntos that I want to discuss in this panel, rather historical perspective. I believe that the three juntos represent a clear and, if I may say so, historic message on the part of Japanese diplomacy in terms of the country's intention to construct a firm and lasting relationship with the LAC region. As a journalist and researcher, I have spent many years following development in the LAC region and watching Japan's diplomatic interaction with the region. And perhaps this is something that some of you may have felt as well. But personally, and I apologize to Nakamai-san, he's not here anymore. I've often been frustrated by the Japanese government's public diplomacies. One of the reasons for this frustration, I think, has been the lack a clear message from Japan about what it wanted to achieve. For example, under the present constitution enacted after World War II, Japan has declared to the world its renunciation of war and dedicated to the path of peace-loving nation. This is a common consensus among the people of Japan about this purpose. But Japan's location in the difficult geopolitical region of the Far East means that inevitably some of Japan's diplomatic statements must be restrained and cautious. Considering that the region is a home to many neighboring countries that have undergone remarkable growth in recent decades, it would have been preferable if regional integration along the lines of NAFTA or old NAFTA, Mercosur over the Pacific Alliance had been formed sooner. But this did not happen. This reflects also the difficulty of our location in Far East. However, looking at the economic diplomacy of our government recently, I'm reminded of the lines in the Bible. The last shall be first and the first last. The TPP 11 agreement will come into force by the end of this year. Furthermore, the Japan-EU Economic Partnership Agreement has been signed and is expected to enter into force next March. In this context, the novelty of the Three Juntos idea is that it has introduced a new concept for building a relationship that takes the entire LAC region into view. The relationship between Japan and LAC dates back more than 100 years, as you know, to the first Japanese immigration to the region. In the years since then, relations have been friendly and largely friction-free. However, the Japanese side has tended to treat its relationship with LAC from the mutual economic complementary perspective. LAC had a rich reserves of food, minerals, and other natural resources, as well as low-cost labor, while Japan was rich in capital and highly advanced technology. Some people on the LAC side expressed dissatisfaction with this state of affairs, but the concept of a mutual complementary economic relationship was deeply rooted in Japan, both among the politicians and the government officials and among business people, and it was not easy to change people's mind. The term was often used in diplomatic settings, at the conferences, at the opening ceremonies of new business, in opening remarks at parties, and so on. One major step toward changing this concept came, as Mr. Nakamai mentioned before, with a speech given by Prime Minister Abe in Sao Paulo on August 2nd, 2014, when he outlined three foreign policy guidelines toward LAC, the Three Juntos or Togethers. The title of the speech was Juntos, Bringing Infinite Depths to Japan, Latin America, and Caribbean Cooperation. Specifically, the guidelines called for Three Juntos to decline the relationship Progresar Juntos, Liderar Juntos, Inspirar Juntos. This means progress together, lead together, and inspire together. At that time, we regarded the Juntos idea as a little more than what I suppose I could call diplomatic language. But with the passage of time, the concept has gradually become more firmly established. The latest edition of Diplomatic Blue Book, published this year by Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, clearly states that Japan's diplomacy toward LAC region has developed under the guiding principle of the Three Juntos. Nowhere else in Diplomatic Blue Book will you find another example like this of an explicit guiding principle or concept for relation with a given region as a whole. In that earlier speech, Prime Minister Abe gave several concrete examples to explain the concept. steel manufacturing joint ventures, and satellite observation of the rainforest as an example of the lead together. As an example of the progress together. Economic partnership agreements and the environment as an example of lead together. And the transformation of Brazil Cerrado into a bread basket and salmon farming in Chile as an example of inspire together. Recent examples that have been driven by the same spirit include trilateral technical training aimed at achieving the sustainable development goals and the agri-supply chain project in northeastern Brazil as an example of progress together. Natural disaster prevention and risk reduction program as examples of lead together. And introduction of Japanese-style community-based police box called Koban in São Paulo and other Latin American cities as an example of inspire together. Of course, the physical aspect of the mutual complementary economic relationship between LAC and blessed with rich reserves of natural resources and Japan, which has none, will not simply disappear overnight. But exposing that Funtos concept marks as an important turning point for changing the general view of LAC in Japan. In the past, there has been a tendency to regard the relationship in terms of North-South relations or simply as a relations between an advanced economy and developing and region of developing economies. I would suggest three factors to explain why we have reached the turning point. The first is the head of government, who has turned his attention to LAC region. Prime Minister Abe has advocated diplomacy with a bird's eye view of the globe and has been an enthusiastic visitor to various countries around the world. This table shows the international trip he has made in his 6 years in office to the middle of November this year. If we include a repeat visit he has made to certain countries and regions, the cumulative number he has visited is 153, or an average of 25 a year. This is by far the most of any Japanese head of government in history. Did I show the another table? Yeah. Prime Minister Abe has traveled to the LAC region every year he has been in office, with the exception of 2017, the last Japanese Prime Minister before Mr. Abe to visit the LAC region in official capacity was Junichiro Koizumi in 2004. Key to Prime Minister Abe's visit to the LAC region was 2014, when he visited 5 countries, Mexico, Trinidad, Tobago, Colombia, Chile, and Brazil, and met leaders from 9 member countries of the Caribbean community during his time in Port of Spain. This means that, including his visit to Argentina, Jamaica, Cuba, Peru, Paraguay, and Uruguay that were made before and after 2014, he has met the leaders of more than half of the 33 LAC countries during his visit in the region. Diplomatic Blue Book 2015, published after his tour in 2014, said that the visit had left the impression that Japan has returned to Latin America and Caribbean. The second factor behind the exposure of Juntos concept is that opportunities for shared interests are clearly increasing. Although visits by the Prime Minister may have been few during the 7 years from 2005 to 2012, the economic partnership agreement with Mexico, Chile, and Peru went into effect, and these countries were partners with Japan in helping to speed progress toward TPP 11 and after the United States pull out of TPP. The third factor, I think, are the changes that have become clear since the beginning of the second decade of this year. Japan's population started to decline in 2011, and we have entered an era in which elderly people aged 65 and above make up a quarter of the population. At the same time, we are also facing a fourth industrial revolution. The days are over when we could confidentially talk about a mutual complementary economic relationship. This is being replaced by a new model. Today, the attraction lies in producing global value chains that make the most of the cultural characteristics of both Japan and LAC and the attraction of their respective markets. If we look at new direct investment by Japanese firms in the LAC region in recent years, investment projects relating to natural resources, which tend to require huge investment, are decreasing. Instead, with the exception of the auto industry, which also requires a big investment, the attention today in number is on the diversifying areas into which Japanese companies are expanding, including pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and hygiene products, software and information technology, distribution, fast food and retail chains, and engineering. In May last year, the Japanese government opened the world's first ever Japan House in São Paulo. Mr. Nakamae was closely involved in this initiative as a Consul General in São Paulo. Japan House differs from the cultural facility that have existed in the past, which have tended to display a rather traditional stereotypical image of Japan. The new Japan House showcases a cutting-edge, contemporary vision of Japan. Even Japanese people who visit are likely to feel surprised by the innovative way in which the things we possess in Japan can be put on display. The facility has already attracted more than 1 million visitors in the space of 1 year and 3 months. I believe that the efforts like this will provide a true basis for carrying forward the Juntos concept. Considering a social and cultural diversity of the LAC region, I personally believe the best way to carry the concept forward would be to place inspire together first, followed by lead together and progress together in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nate. Brute force situation.
That working? Has to be pretty close. Is it? It's good. Perfect. So brute force may actually be a term that is relatively appropriate for what I'm going to be talking about. I think I'm maybe going to surprise you a little bit, because most of what I'm going to talk about, in a way, is not about Japan and Latin America and the Caribbean, and yet in another way it really is. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I think are probably the two elephants in the room in terms of this relationship. And those two elephants in the room are geopolitics, global geopolitics, and the US-China relationship. So, the title of our session here is Riding the Political Tide. So what's happening globally? When I think about what's happening globally, and we talk about this to a lot of our clients these days, because I'm a trade lawyer and there's some turmoil in the trade world, as you may have noticed. we talk about four things that are really at the basis of everything we're seeing now in the trade world and in geopolitics. One is that over the past number of years, globalization combined with a very, very low rate environment has benefited capital over labor, and their combination has led to economic and political unrest and populism in the US, in Europe, and in lots of other places around the world. You all know a lot more about Latin America than I do, but I think there are places in Latin America where we see the same thing. The second thing is the rise of China, and at the same time, the relative decline of the United States and of Western Europe and of the developed world in general. And resulting from that also the return of multipolarity and a return really of geopolitics and geoeconomics in a way that we hadn't seen for quite a while. You know, some people talk about this as a shift from what has been a much more cooperative environment to a zero-sum international environment on trade issues, on geopolitical issues, on economics. The third issue is technological disruption. And technology really has fundamentally changed competitive dynamics. It's fundamentally intertwined now with political and geoeconomic issues. It's quickly getting ahead of the labor market around the world, and it's reshaping geoeconomic and geopolitical competition as well. We see this. I was just before coming here. I was in a conversation with a client, a Japanese company, in fact, talking about what's happening in the United States right now in terms of export control developments. One of the reasons that there is so much focus on control over technology that may go to China or to other countries that are of concern to the U.S. administration is that technological shift and how important technology has become to the geopolitical power dynamics. And then the fourth issue is rapid changes in information dissemination and in the media. And these are resulting in a lot more rapid spread of speculation and sort of momentum politics. And we see this all around us, of course. You know, every tweet that the president sends out, the markets go up or they go down and they go up again a half an hour later. Yeah, and everybody is talking about it. And again, it's not just a US issue. This is a global issue. So what does that mean? Well, again, what we tell our clients is one thing that means is this is a period of serious disruption and serious volatility. And that's probably going to be around for a while. The second thing we tell people is one of the things we're really seeing as a result of these developments and as a result of how we're all trying to respond to them is a return of the state. We see that in the US. We see that obviously in China. The state in China has never really been gone, but it's even more present now than it was a couple of years ago. We see it also in Japan, and we see it in Europe, and we see it in Latin America. And then the third thing that we're seeing as a result of all of this is a shift, or at least a discussion about potential shifts for companies and for governments towards what some people call re-regionalization or deglobalization. And that then leads me to a factor that I think is going to be very important in the relationship between Latin America and Japan, but also between any other country and the rest of the world. And that is that one of the results of all these shifts is that we're increasingly regionalizing, and we're increasingly in a world of us versus them. And the us versus them might be United States versus China, or it might be some other us versus them. But I think for both Japan and for Latin America and the Caribbean, that us versus them in terms of the China-US relationship is going to be very determinative for the next couple of years. So let me go sort of a level down from those broad geopolitics. So what are some of the things that we're seeing from a trade perspective and from this broader geopolitical perspective happening in Latin America and that can drive some of what's happening there? So one is, I think we've seen a growing influence of China in Latin America, driven by investment, driven also by an interest in getting more involved there, driven by trade, access to raw materials, etc. When I looked up some of the numbers, in 2015, China pledged that between 2015 and 2019, it would increase its trade to a total of 500 billion and increase its FDI to 250 billion. It's now 2018. I don't have this year's numbers yet, but last year, total FDI stock in Latin America for China was 225 billion. So they're actually on track to go even beyond the commitment that they made, the pledge that they made. And annual trade is now approximately 100 billion. So these are very large numbers already. And what's interesting is some of that is also increasingly higher value goods. And we heard Ambassador Nakamai earlier talk about some of the infrastructure trade and investment that China is doing, etc. Then we have the China-US trade war. And I think one of the risks that may exist is for Latin America and to some extent also Japan to be caught in between. I think one kind of key question for both of these for both Latin America and the Caribbean and for Japan to ask itself is how do you avoid that you end up kind of in the situation Canada was in this past week, right, where you're caught between the U.S. and China and you don't really have a good way out. There's nothing you can do that's going to make both of them happy. And how do you at the same time try to find a way to maybe end up in a more positive situation, that we see, for example, in some of the Southeast Asian countries right now. So when you look at how Vietnam and the Philippines and a couple of other countries in that region, how they've responded to and how they're dealing with the U.S.-China issue, is they're actually increasing their foreign direct investment. They have people who used to be investing in China now shifting their production to Vietnam or to the Philippines. So I think one key question for the region and for the bilateral relationship will be, are there ways to position this so that in that US-China battle that's going on and that will be around for a while, Latin America in particular, which is close to the US, finds a way to be more in the position of Vietnam and the Philippines and less in the position of Canada over the past week. I think Japan is very consciously already trying to find that balance in its relationship with the United States and with China. But I think that's something that for Latin American countries is still sort of a step they haven't generally thought about all that much. It's beginning. The second big question that it then leads to is really going to the bilateral relationship. So in a way, this means that Latin American countries and Japan are maybe in a little bit of a similar situation here. Are Latin American countries, because of that, going to be able to be a key ally for Japan in defending multilateralism, in defending the global trading system, free trade, investment, in defending maybe where some of the trade and investment frameworks that we have, how those develop, whether it's the WTO or it's investor-state dispute settlement. And I think in that sense, again, I am much less of a Latin America expert than I think a lot of you in the room, but I think it's going to be very interesting to see how some of the new governments in the Latin American region, how they are going to deal with that issue, particularly in light of that US-China battle that is going on. And I'm thinking of Brazil, obviously. I'm thinking also of Mexico. Thinking of Argentina, not quite as new a government anymore, but given the financial issues that they've had, I think that question remains on the table. How are they going to deal with this? And then the final question, I think, is where do others fit into this? And I'm thinking there mainly about Europe. Right? There has been a Europe-Mercosur FTA negotiation going on for a long time already, but it looks like it's pretty close. In this whole this whole global trade geopolitical fight that is going on, Europe is kind of trying to be a third player. And that's going to be interesting. I think it's interesting for Japan, and Japan has benefited from that in some way through its accelerated, as a result of this accelerated bilateral negotiation with Europe on an FTA. The question is Latin America going to be able to do something similar with the Mercosur FTA, Mercosur-Europe FTA? And is that actually a way to get these three regions a little bit closer together as well? So let me end by just a few points that are sort of areas to watch, I think, in how this develops. So one is the EU-Mercosur FTA, right? And where's that going to go in the next couple of months? The second, which I haven't really addressed, is the future of Mercosur. In my conversations with government officials from Argentina, when the government came into place there, they were asking about, how are we going to deal with this, because we can't really negotiate bilaterally given our constraints under Mercosur, but we kind of want to. At the time, the big problem was Brazil. At least that was Argentina's view. Now we have the new government in Brazil asking the exact same question. How can we negotiate bilaterally? We might want to negotiate bilaterally with the US, but we can't do it under Mercosur. So one of the things I see developing here is there may actually be some shift in how that's discussed within Mercosur in these next couple of months as the new Brazilian government takes office. The third issue relating to that, third sort of area to watch, is Brazil-US collaboration, which I think in many ways is going to be a significant driver for the region. And there are a lot of overtures being made there already by both sides to work together a lot more closely. I think the administration here and the incoming government in Brazil have a number of existing links. So I think that's a space to watch. The direction of Argentina, obviously, right? How is it going to deal with the current situation that it's in, and is it going to come out where it started? And then the position that a number of the big players in Latin America take on the multilateral issues. Again, going to that relationship with Japan. Japan is now one of the main defenders, I would say, of the multilateral system, of the global legal system, and how that underpins our trade relationships, our investment relationships. Where are Latin American countries going to go on this, and is Japan in some ways going to be able to gain some additional allies in those attempts? So those are just a couple of the areas to watch, I think. But again, the big elephants in the room here, I think, are geopolitics and the U.S.-China relationship.
Thank you very much for talking about those elephants. That's always helpful in generating discussion after the session. Mr. Yasui.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Margaret, and thank you for the kind introduction. So, while we are stepping into the dangerous time, I'm not talking about the global politics, but about my remarks. Third presentator, after the lunch, you get sleepy. Well, entonces quisiera hablar un poquito de más felicidad como el tema de innovación. Hablamos un poquito sobre el tema de innovación. I want to talk about the innovation. This is a happier project and happier topics. And so I think it's very well aligned to your topics like multilaterals. I'm working for one of the international organizations based in Washington, D.C. here, which is named the Inter-American Development Bank, one of the multilateral agency to develop the extended development assistance to the region. And so I want to say some word about why Japan is collaborating for co-creation and social innovation in LAC regions. I prepared something to slide here, so shall we see together and think about that together, please? Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, thank you. No. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Just 2 words, if I can describe the relation with Japan and the LAC region collaboration, is down to the earth and from to earth. These 2 words signifies the collaboration between Japan and the LAC region.
for nearly 2 centuries. As I said, the immigrants first arrived in the LAC region, and in 1893, the first immigrant was 183 Japanese who came from Hawaii to Guatemala. And since then, immigrants tied very strongly with the people in the LAC region. And they, thanks to their hard labor, the image of the Japanese immigrant get very solid, sincere, and it was a hardship. And, they got a very good impression from the local people there. For example, that there's a expression in the Portuguese, japonês garantido. It's a 120% guaranteed. It's like a Japanese. It's a very honored word. So since then, the 2 million Japanese descendants in the LAC region contribute to the development of that countries very much. So this image, sincerity, hardship, and also collaborating down to the earth and from to the earth, that image combined to the industry there, particularly agriculture and fishery method. Well, there's many vegetables the immigrants brought, like white sesame, the shiitake, and the radish, cabbage, and also for the fish. And in the Chile, they got success, farm salmon. And also, this is a very famous example, the no-tillage cultivation soybeans. They got tremendous success to introduce the successful way of the agriculture in the soybean in Paraguay and Brazil. So this is the kind of image of how the Japanese can collaborate with the people in the Latin America and the Caribbean regions. So, yeah, this is a photo of the Cerrado in Brazil. So, Ambassador Nakamaya said before, and more than 30 years down to years collaboration, Japan has transformed the vast and barren land into the rich farm belt of soybeans, coffee, and wheat in Brazil. This signifies how we can collaborate, like juntos, with the people in Latin America. And I will tell you later, this is a very important element when we want to promote together for the social innovation inclusion in the region. Well, for example, this is a result. Oh, sorry. It doesn't come out. Why? Oh, sorry, thank you. Now, Japan is now trusted a long-term destinations and high-quality products from the LAC region. For example, coffee. The coffee import from the region have the share of 60% of the total Japan's import from the world. And the chicken is 90%, and the salmon 60%, wine 30%. So this is a kind of proof how Japan is trusted with a long-term destination, the high-quality products from the LAC. I want to share with you the one example how the particular person, a kind of champion, collaborates the development in the region. Can you see that in the middle of the slides, and the gentleman on the left side, putting the hat. His name is Mr. Jose Kawashima, and he has been a long time working for the development of this region through the coffee beans. He tried to investigate the precious beans, the coffee, and he educated farmers to get the premier level of the quality of the coffee beans, then sell as a premium coffee in Japan. They are selling the coffee in Japan as a premium coffee. And do you know how much does it cost? For example, the Grand Cru, the premier, the quality coffee, and Jose Kawashima introduced import from the Guatemala and Honduras. Guess how much does it cost? Great, it's very close. Una taza, $100. See, 1 cup, $100. Because only member can drink that coffee. And so he tried to figure out that very precious first-class Grand Cru coffee beans that can be sold in the wretched class in the Japanese society. This is the way how he can contribute to the development regions. Quality comes first. Quantity comes next. So recently, Mr. Kawashima tried to contribute through the movement, Cafe Pararapas. So, like I say, the country devastated in the war, and so they try to reconstruct or rehabilitate their land. So, Kawashima extending with the collaboration with JICA to buy the precious coffee beans and to import to Japan to sell as a premium coffee. This is the way, this kind of say the example how the person like Mr. Kawashima, how tried to contribute to the development of the region. So next, since I'm working for the EIDB, oh sorry, I have to come back one. Yeah, this is tricky. Oh, I hope I try to stop here. Okay, thank you very much. I'm working for the Inter-American Development Bank. So let me explain how I can contribute to the IDB and also for Japan as an executive director from Japan for the IDB. IDB is playing very good role to be catalytic, the strategic partner of Japan to contribute for the sustainable innovation of the region. As you may know, Japan is the oldest member of IDB from Asia since 1976. And Japan is also the largest shareholder as a non-regional member of the IDB. And Japan facilitates a lot as a catalytic strategic partner for social innovation and inclusion of the region. These are excerpts from the remarks made by the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister of Finance, Mr. Aso. Japan was willing to support sustainable growth, and particularly by utilizing human and financial resources, experience, and innovative technologies. So innovation comes the word as a symbol for the collaboration with the DAC region from Japan. And also, new comprehensive partnership with IDB Group, he says, to address quality infrastructure and climate change. So this is very well aligned with the SDG goals. And this is what we're trying to help and contribute to the region. And also, I'm teaching the social innovation theory in the graduate school. So I want to explain how does relate to from challenge to solution to the social innovation platform. Today, in my view, region faces 4 challenges. 1, from the left, not enough ownership innovation. Well, this is quite fatal because nothing really innovation happens when you don't have the ownership. Somebody have to be the innovator from the earth to make something happen. This is not for the cut and paste. Well, it is not for the something you can just import from Asia or Silicon Valley or Europe, whatever, to paste here. It doesn't work. So we need really good ownership, the region, to make it happen as a social innovation. This is a challenge. And secondly, of course, insufficient base infrastructure for innovation. Innovation needs very good infrastructure. Not the quantity, but quality matters. And thirdly, that region facing the challenge like no sufficient incentives on designing a good PPP project. Why PPP? Because we are concerned about debt sustainability. Next year, Japan hosts the G20, getting the baton from the Argentina. And the debt sustainability and also the resiliency, the infrastructure will be the main topics to be discussed. So debt sustainability will matters. And also, if we want to honor the ownership, not make the more burden of the debt on the country of region, well, of course, is it natural? We promote PPP project where we can incentivize the power from the private sector. However, it seems that no sufficient incentive to promote PPP project in the region. It's a third challenge. First challenge is inequality, exclusion on gender, handicapped person, and indigenous people. For example, in the region, 50% of the people has anyhow, in some any form, has a handicap. And many of them has not been included any of the form of the participation in the labor market, for example. So, and also the region is facing the aging. In the year 2030, 2040, from Paraguay, from Uruguay and Chile, the Peru, they are coming to the stage of the aging society like Japan. However, I don't see any betterment of the inclusion of those people. So what is the solution for those challenges? For solutions, each of the challenge. One, for ownership, we need a participatory design. Secondly, insufficient infrastructure. Of course, we need quality, not quantity. Quality infrastructure. And for the no incentivized PPP, we need multi-sectoral or multi-stakeholder approach to get involved more private sector people, mobilization, not for the financial means, but also the talent and also ownership and idea of design. And fourth, for the inequity and inclusion, we need more flat, open platform to get everybody to join in that platform. So, participatory with quality, multi-stakeholder, flat and open platform. Wow, coincidentally, those four elements is well, I'm teaching theory of social innovations. This is a prerequisite to make the social innovation happen. Happy coincidence. So, this is quite natural. Japan's leverage point of the cooperation or co-creation with the region is of those four elements. Participatory with quality, multi-stakeholder, flat and open platform. I'm very weak with technologies. So, to summarize what I'm talking here, so 4 points. So no more cut and paste of the innovation to the region. Please be confident that innovation in the region is its own phase of ownership. So the region knows by itself the challenges, and it has the power to design its own innovative solutions. So no more copy and paste. No copy and pagar. And shall we get their own initiative to get realized on the platform of innovations? Why? Because social innovation is led by society changing diversity needs. That's a needs-driven innovation. So technology that makes it happen is not necessarily the most high-tech or disruptive or leapfrog ones. Well, many people talk about disruptive technologies, leapfrog technologies, but how come if you cannot use those technologies on the ground, nothing happened? Maybe you may have heard about the words of the appropriate technologies. This is a technology just adjusted to each stages of the development. We need that for the region. Don't buy the leapfrog ones, I would say. Please think about to invent, renovate from what you already have. Because innovation is not invention. Innovation is something to relink the existing elements. So, innovations, in some, the society itself gives birth to new demands and pushed advancement in technologies. This is reverse. So social innovation is to provide solutions that realize a better future. Of course, the tackling poverty, inequality, the exclusion, the conflicts. So high tech doesn't solve in one day those challenges like poverty, inequality, the exclusion, conflicts. It's the reverse. The challenge itself will create the common ground to think about the solution for the social innovation. That process we honor. So innovation occurs when diverse stakeholders come together, they co-create, contribute idea on an equal platform. This is what region needs right now. And we want to share, as a country, Japan, to assist and contribute to formulate that grant for social innovations. This is what we are trying to do. So what is doing with IDB? We are maybe I need some technologies here. Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. So we're trying to several the policies with IDB. The first one is co-creating the innovation platform. IDB has a very unique institutions, which is named BitLab or IDB Lab. Formerly, we call it the MIF, Multilateral Investment Fund. This is unique in international agencies, like to create, enhance the innovation itself. So we, as a country, Japan, contribute the largest to the third replacement of the IDB Lab. And secondly, we are promoting the quality infrastructure. As Ambassador Nakamai said, the JICA and IDB established the co-financing program, the CORE, up to the 3 billion. And also, we extended some technical assistance grant money to promote quality infrastructure as a base in innovation. And also mobilization, comes from JICA and JBIC. And recently, we disbursed some money to contribute to the IDB Contingent Recovery PPP preparation program to enhance the PPP initiative. This is the key to design the platform of the PPP. And also, we are addressing the common issues with origin in Japan. For example, the natural disaster management, the cooperation contributions through the Japan Special Fund, like we extended quite brusquely the project to assist the rehabilitation of the Mexican earthquake and the flood alert system in Ecuador recently. So, lastly, this is a kind of image. We are extending assistance as a project of the GPO or GSF, the special funds or poverty alleviation programs through the IDB. This is a project of the child maternal health and nutrition program in Honduras. And also, this is a project in Peru, which is named Sinfonia por Peru. This is a social inclusion project by mitigating poverty and violence through the music education. Well, there are two sets of orchestra, according to the traditional folklore orchestras and also the classical, the Western classical music. So, and also we have, that project provides the opportunity of the employment by the repairment of the instrument also. And I feel very much significance of this project, WeLog. This is the project by the handicapped persons themselves to co-create the map for the cities. Well, if you know that some person in a wheelchair, you would imagine easily that you cannot move around easily in the cities. So by themselves, they using the hackathon or bottom-up approach by utilizing the IT technologies, they share the map, which indicated the walkable, movable for the wheelchair users. And now they're trying to disseminate this project to all over cities of the Latin America and the Caribbean regions. This is some kind of image we're trying to honor and also enhance the social innovation and inclusion in the region. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you all. Allow me to start with just a couple of questions, and then we'll turn to the audience for Q&A. And thank you all for the really terrific and I think extremely complimentary presentations. Sitting here in Washington, I really can't help but applaud the extent to which Japan has developed a very coherent and cohesive policy toward the Latin American region, even despite sort of some frustrations about lack of clarity on Latin American policy in the past. And I wonder if any of you have some thoughts on the extent to which juntos, which has been around now, I guess, the original juntos at least, right, for a couple of years, has resonated in any way, if there's any evidence of broad understanding of this policy or actual activity that has had some effect on thinking in Latin America, and what you maybe anticipate in terms of, as a former journalist, Mr. Horisaka, some ways in which, the policy could be advertised or shared more broadly to achieve broad support and understanding. So that's number one. A second is, and this is kind of echoing one of Nabat's points that I thought was quite interesting. And perhaps, Mr. Yasui, you would be the best to answer this question. But I wonder, a lot of the juntos policy is based on the sense that shared values will bring Japan and Latin America together in some form, or will facilitate stronger relations in the coming years. But, as was mentioned, China and China's model of engagement have had considerable influence throughout the entire region, and also on, to a degree, I would argue, and please feel free to tell me if I'm wrong about this, some of the multilateral institutions. So I wonder, to what extent there is as much appetite for a sort of longer, more expensive and sustainable infrastructure projects, certainly, but with a longer time frame than perhaps there would have been in the past. Will there be some resistance to that model, and is there some concern about that as Japan shares this model throughout the region? Are we seeing rethinking about the value of sustainable infrastructure in the region if there are so many sort of costs involved, at least in the short term, right? Not the long term, as we mentioned. And then more broadly, and, if you have thoughts on this question, but I wonder also to what extent, Japan's own, economic challenges, will, preclude some really extensive engagement on the economic side. Is that something that Japan is worried about, or that we ought to think about in terms of Japan's ability to operate on a lot of these levels? So, please feel free to answer any of those questions, any one of those, or none at all. So, please. Mr. Horisaka, would you like to start? Or
Well, your talk was very stimulating, but when we think of China and present situation in the world, one thing is we must make clear that we ourselves clear is that Japan is not anymore the second largest economy in the world. We do not have a power of charge and a force to show the presence bluntly. We are graduated from the economic animal once ridiculed by the Western communities in the 1970s. So the word juntos reflects the sentiment of today, and many of Japanese who work together with Latin America region. And the idea may be incorporated Funtos idea to incorporate Funtos concept into the speech of Prime Minister maybe came from a group of diplomats belong to Latin American school. This is my guess. But is acceptable for almost all Japanese who work with Latin American countries. Maybe what Mr. Yasui told that we are learning through the relationship with them, and from them we are started to think that we better to have another concept to work together with Latin America, and then came Funtos. And it is probably fair to say that Japan came to Funtos concept as a result of the way it has built various relations based on the idea of mutual economic complementary relationship in the past. In this experience, FUAC had a site generally got a close affinity with Latin American culture and people, in spite of language barriers and the distance we have between LAC nations. Thinking of this experience, what is important today is a soft power, I think. It is much more important to work together using the various ways to work together and influence, not by the word, not by the money, not by the sharp power, but with working together and thinking together and inspire together. And that maybe the situation will change in spite of these two big elephants or three elephants, I don't know. But this is maybe a Japanese way of doing things. One thing that I just want to say that we are historically very important moment. We are commemorating this year 150 years of Meiji Restoration, the beginning of Japan's modernization in 1868. And June, we commemorated in Hawaii the first immigrant from Japan to Hawaii 150 years ago. I was there. I had to do my speech there. But really, this is one moment. The another moment, that historical moment, is that abdication of our emperor this next year, next May, and the new emperor, his son, eldest son, will be the new emperor. And with coming a new emperor, we're going to have a name of era. And this is independent of the Western calendar. And every emperor has a name, a specific name of era. So people are waiting what kind of name will be put for the era. In any way, we are in the very historical moment to think our past and the future, and the past of our development and the future of how we can act in the international, very complicated, even more complicated world that we are going to face. And so this is very important historical moment to think past and the future of Japan. And in this context, world like Funtos, that can bring another type of relationship that we can have, different from when we were talking about mutual economic complementary relationship. No, let's go to have another type of relationship to encourage the world to have more even community. Just this is the one thing that I wanted to add. Thank you.
So maybe two reactions to this. Yeah, one is on your first and second question. What I notice in practice as we deal with, particularly as we deal with Japanese interests in Latin America over the past couple of years, is that there has, I think, been a very positive shift towards a lot of appreciation of the relationship and of Japanese investment in Latin America, of Japanese trade with Latin America both ways. And we see that on a sort of day-to-day basis, dealing with these issues, dealing with the embassies in the various countries, and dealing at sort of resolving existing trade friction. So that it doesn't go directly, I think, to juntos, but maybe it is one of the effects of that investment in that relationship. The second thing on your third question, my reaction to that is alliances, right? I think going back to what I was saying earlier, I mean, if you're in a world with these two massive powers, the US and China, fighting it out, you have a third one, the EU, who's trying to play a role in all of that as well. Your best bet in many ways is to find others who are in a similar situation who you can work with, right? And I think that applies equally to dealing with trade issues as it does to dealing with how you can use Japanese investment in Latin America for positive development goals, etc. I think doing it together is often the answer there. There is a very live political question, of course, here in DC now about whether doing that together means, and doing it in alliances means doing it multilaterally or doing that bilaterally or regionally. But I think one way or another, finding allies to do that with is probably the right answer for Japan as well.
Thank you very much. I'm responding to the question that how we can deliver shared value to the region. Let's think about the small grassroots. Not talking about the archangel, like a big elephant. No, so what shall we talk about? The grassroots butterflies, the mariposas. This is my answer, because shared value we can only deliver when we have the trust, people to people. Not big nation state. They don't care to get shared value for the innovations. So that's the moment when I experienced to deliver something shared value to the people regions. ¿Tú hablas español? ¿Te coman arroz y frijoles? ¿Verdad? It's kind of moment that opened the door. And I got the confidence with the people. And for the first time after this conversation, at micro level, I can deliver something shared value to them. So this is my lesson learned. For the long time, I have been engaged with a development project and also teaching the theory of social innovations. So think about not the nation, but cities. Not the city, but we think of the villages, people. And this is the kind of basis for thinking the social innovations when we think about shared value to be delivered to that. So, well, this is a famous theory with Dr. Richard Florida, the creative class, that starts with the cities. So, for example, the cities connections. If you think about connectors as a Japan's role, or we can think about Japan cities to the cities of the regions, for example. So let's think about small, not think about the building of huge dams or huge infrastructure, but we'll think about small, about juntos for the sharing the knowledge. Frijoles, arroz, y también the empanadas. Gracias.
Let's think small, but connect.
Terrific. Any questions? We can turn to the audience. Okay. We'll take 3, I think. 1, 2 here. A third one right now? Okay, just these 2 to start.
Yeah, my name's Kevin. This is sort of a reverse juntos question. One of the biggest news out of Japan recently has been the allowance for new migrants into Japan, the 300,000 that was approved by the Diet last year. Previous initiatives like that have given some preference to Nikkei, Sansei, Nisei, et cetera. Do you see that that will have any impact on Latin America? Will there be any preference for Latin American workers to come in? And how do you see that extending on into the future, just in general, in terms of the thing that Margaret mentioned before about the economic decline in Japan as a result of the declining population?
Thank you. I'm Leon Weintraub, a member of the Foreign Service, retired. I have a question for Mr. Yasui. One of your slides showed a lush green field in Brazil, and you talked about vast and barren lands being devoted to soybeans, coffee, and wheat. I see a slide like that, and I hear the phrase vast and barren lands in Brazil, and I think of the destruction of the rainforest of the Amazonas, land invasions, indigenous people displaced, soil depleted. I'm wondering what steps is the bank taking to ensure that these things which have been written about for so many years now, that these things are not continuing to happen?
Thank you very much. My name is Hernan. The presentations have been basically focusing on the collaboration from the Japanese point of view. I want to put a little bit of the other side. In Latin America, the idea that innovation is needed, that more collaboration is needed, has been discovered a while ago. But it doesn't quite work. And I think it hasn't quite worked because there's some structural issues within the countries that need to be tackled. For example, when you, as you were saying yourself, if you don't own the property, there's no particular reason to innovate. Well, those that own are having a very nice flow of income, so there's no particular interest for them in innovation. So how you tackle with that particular issue, which is how do we make, I guess, some sort of redistribution or somehow so that people that have a very comfortable level of life without the innovation will acquire the innovation.
Well, you are right that Japan is now started to open our territory for new workers. And this is because that the lack of manpower in Japan is starting to be serious. But still, I am not so favor of present government decision, because I myself think need to study much more what happened with those foreigners living in Japan and their situation, and still lack a discussion in this sense. But thinking of Nikkei in Japan, they are staying in Japan more than 20 years. Since 1990, started to open them. And I invite them to work in Japan. And these are very important for Japan to change the mind. Japan is to change the mind, and especially in the local areas. Until then, most of foreigners coming to Japan is to the cities. But those workers from Latin America, Nikkeis, came to the interior of Japan, where the factories are, so that it is very influential to the local areas and to change the mind, and maybe the preparation for the accepting the other nationality into Japan. So this is very important, and also very important for the relation between Japan and Latin America, that the presence of Japanese descendants and their community in Latin America and also in Japan is can be the interpreters between the LAC and Japan and the two sides. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the specific Mr. Kishida, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, set up last year a panel of experts on collaborating with the community of Japanese immigration and descendants in the LAC region, specifically in LAC region. The panel was composed by experts from local governments, the business communities, and academia and Nikkei-related organizations, and the academic society, including me. I was a member of this panel. The panel found out that four aspects. One is a rapid generation change to the fourth, fifth, and so on, changing this Nikkei community in Latin America. Two, Japanese festivals and more and sports activities are spread in the region. It was very surprising that in 2017, more than 200 festivals was organized in Latin American areas. 200 Japanese festivals. Okay? And three is the participation of non-Nikkei people is seen in the various Nikkei organizations. And fourth, the formations Nikkei network crossing the borders, such as Pan-American Nikkei Convention, can be seen. In light of these phenomena, the panel reached the understanding that the current time is extremely important for advancing initiatives, shifting focus from cooperation to collaboration, which is one step further ahead. And Prime Minister Abe delivered a message in a speech in Buenos Aires in November 2016, not this time, 2016, to Nikkei leaders who had gathered from many parts of Latin America, describing them as a bridge of friendship that will enable Japan and LAC to be truly juntos. Many of course, these people are totally naturalized in own countries. Nevertheless, it appears that there is an intention to use this precious human network or connection or a channel as a part of effort to build a firm and lasting, what I should say, understanding between Japan and Latin America. Yeah, this is what I want to comment.
Thank you very much, indeed. So very good questions. First of all, for the questions on migrations, could I put it in this way to respond to your questions? The Latin America region, the Latin Caribbean region is a kind of thought leader of this issue, the migrations. And I would say this is no more we can deal with kind of bilateral issues, bilateral solution. Japan, some countries, America, and some countries. This is a common agenda. Because why? Because as we are observing, like refugees, the migration from Venezuela are exceeding 3 million right now, and Nicaragua, Haiti, and this is the issues we cannot solve by the bilateral solutions. Rather, we have to do as a common approach. I would say this is a kind of 21st century common agenda matter. So shall we think about the juntos with the multilateral institutions, of course, World Bank, IDB, whatever, and also the government, national governments, how we can optimize the movement of labor with millions, without any possible documentations. However, that makes the heavy pressure on the socio-economically and the recipient countries. That is quite new, emerging issues. So I rather appreciate the recent policies made by the Japanese government. This is a first step that they try to think about globally as a common agenda for these issues. This is number one. Number two, Cerrados. Thank you very much for good questions. We are not perfect human at all. So we have been learning through the failure and also with external aprendices, lesson learned. Of course, now the IDB and other master's institutions, we are committed to the quite rigorous, the first-class ESG, environment social safeguard, and we are committed to that, and we want to improve the standard. And also, we as IDB committed to the goal or climate change, as we will extend 30% of total volume, but extending the loans of the total loans to the project related to the climate changes. And third one is third point is technology can contribute these issues also. As a second part, I believe Dr. Togami of the PS Solution will have the statement, a presentation, how their technology can contribute the eco-friendly and harvest increased the agriculture technology for the rice harvest. So this technology can contribute also to mitigate quite delicate balance between the development and ecosystems conservating. Third one, innovation. Thank you very much. Maybe the floating revenue will impede any ownership for the innovations. However, could I share with you one experience when I visited in the city in Bolivia? Well, I saw that many young people try to do something, learning from the Silicon Valley. So I asked the reason why. You are so comfortable with the local society. What drives you as an innovator? They answered to me unanimously. Well, I'm just curious. What happens in the outer world, as an innovative world, like Silicon Valley, Tokyo, Los Angeles, and city of Berlin, and Paris, and Madrid. So we cannot stop these curiosities. And this curiosity comes to the initial motivation for the innovations. Money doesn't dump out this innovative mind. So what we are trying to do is put the fire on those minds to be curious, more curious. So, however, this is challenging, of course, because if we talk about blockchain technologies, how many programmers can actually do the programming in the blockchain in a region? Do you know that? How many of that? Only 2,000. We need 10 times more to enhance the innovation of blockchain in the regions. We need a vast amount of the people as an innovator to push on that. So, well, I have to be very humble. However, I would be very grateful if I can put some fires on the younger generation in the region to be innovator. This is my answer.
Thank you all. I think perhaps now, yes. Thank you all. Very much thanks to the extraordinary panelists. I think this has been very helpful in understanding Japanese policy toward Latin America, many different initiatives, and the really extraordinary opportunities for continued cooperation at a wide variety of levels, multilaterally, locally, and so on. So thank you so very much. Next, we'll look at some very particular experiences of companies in the region and how the work that they're doing to integrate more extensively. So allow me to welcome the next panelist up here to the table. Thank you.
Streaming audio on live webcast.
Yeah, so
This is
don't say
YouTube.
anything controversial while we're
We need to be very careful. The other one is so you don't need to explain too much.
No.
Just good cultivation. Kind of compact.
Different companies, and different companies in different countries. Yes, both. Yes. Yeah, Brazil, Chile, Argentina. No, only the Japanese investors. You know, not. We do some business in Japan, but I'm not on the Japanese team. There's another Japanese team that's anyway, my colleagues. Yeah. Yes, I think it will be. I guess people need a little break. Yes.
Gabrielle, where did you study?
I studied, actually I was missing a panelist, sorry, Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi isn't here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be
don't
on
know
there.
him.
Yeah, I'll be best, Margaret got that.
But there is a guy here from Mitsubishi.
Yeah, they were supposed to be in the panel, so I guess we'll have a little less time.
But he's not here.
Well, let me
Check on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that you? Yes. Okay.
I'm here.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien, gracias. ¿De dónde eres?
De Panamá.
De Panamá.
Sí.
Panamá City, la ciudad de Panamá.
¿Cuánto tiempo llevas en Santiago?
Ya tengo casi 5 años.
Pero tú estabas antes en
Caracas, Venezuela.
okay.
Esa es mi segunda vez
en
Santiago.
¿Tú conoces a Nagami-san?
Sí, por supuesto. Trabajaba en Lima, Perú.
En
y
Lima,
Santiago
también en Santiago, en México, en Panamá,
estaba
por todos lados.
Latin American Man, ¿no?
Yo lo conocí en Lima originalmente, jugando golf que nada.
Ok. Él fue presidente de Mitsubishi Perú. Mucho gusto de conocerlo. Ya tengo 5 años Bueno, esta es mi segunda asignación de Santiago. Pero en total ya tengo casi 8 años. Sí. Casi chileno.
Tal vez podemos empezar, ¿no?
Sí. Me pongo acá.
Do you hear me? No? Is that working? Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gabrielle Trebot, and I am a regional director for Latin America at McClarty Associates, which is a consulting firm based here in Washington that provides support to multinational companies all over the world with their investment strategies. McClarty Associates has long enjoyed a very warm and close affiliation with the Inter-American Dialogue, and it's a pleasure for us to be here, for me to be here today, talking about some trade and investment opportunities and challenges across Latin America. And I want to thank the Dialogue as well as the Japan Association of Latin America and the Caribbean for the invitation to moderate this panel. Went off. Can anybody hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, great. Indeed, I think given this unique moment we are experiencing around the globe, the timing of this event is very fortuitous, and in fact, the role of the Dialogue, I think, is more important than ever. I'm pleased to be joined here today with a number of our distinguished guests who each bring their own unique perspective on doing business in Latin America. They represent a range of industries from traditional and well-established, such as mining and infrastructure development, to some newer disciplines, including renewable energy and agri-tech. And I also look forward to a discussion on the role that global value chains have played in fomenting not just technological progress and innovation across Asia and Latin America, but enabling a lot of these industries to absorb and integrate new ways of doing business, improve their productivity, and adapt successfully to changing trends in global trade, and ultimately transform economies and societies. So perhaps in the interest of time, I'm going to dispense with lengthy biographical introductions. You all should have in your packets, I think, the very distinguished bios of our panelists here. And I would like to perhaps invite Dr. Hosono, Senior Research Advisor at the Japan International Cooperation Agency's Research Institute, to perhaps make his presentation on the role of global value chains and innovation in promoting economic development in Latin America. So Dr. Hosono.
Thank you very much. Let me remind you what Director General Nakamae mentioned in his speech. He said, Japan and Mexico have passed its traditional bilateral and mutually supplementary trade relations to that of building global value chain with their view towards the global market. Here is a very important message, because compared with traditional complementary or supplementary relations, we are now progressing in building global value chains in which we are partners. I think this is a very important kind of paradigm change from complementary to partnership. And that is one point which with which I would like to start my presentation. Let me. How can I? Okay, thank you. Well, this title of the first slide is Global Value Chain, GVCs, have become a dominant feature of the global economy. This is from APEC Leaders Declaration 2014. Accordingly, at the same time, Japan and Latin America is building global value chain in different sectors. So a key issue now is how to maximize benefits from GVC participation as a way of promoting technological upgrading and growth. As such, enhancing cross-Pacific value chain and innovation is an essential part of building quality cross-Pacific business ties. I'd like to get insights from outstanding cases of such value chains to deepen our understanding of the dynamics of value chains. Next slide. Sorry. Yes. Mr. Yasui, in the previous session, talked about the Cerrado agriculture. First case of value chain is the, excuse me, I'm now starting with different case. Sorry. The first case is automobile industry in Mexico, where massive increase of Japanese FDI has taken place since Japan-Mexico EPA 2005. But what is more important is the participation of Mexican auto part industry in the value chain. That expanded very significantly. As you see in this red circle, that is a supporting industry. And this part is particularly important in case of Japan and Mexico car industry value chain. Why? This is a key factors. Next slide. Sorry. Key factors behind this process is that first of all, EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement, and Committee on the Improvement of Business Environment in the context of EPA. This is the most important aspect of this process. And at the same time, the second important factor is the two countries' cooperation for nurturing, supporting industries, especially auto part makers. There was a strong cooperation programs. As you see on the right-hand side of the same slide, there have been several JICA programs in Mexico to strengthen the supporting industries. And at the same time, Japanese management practice, Kaizen, or total quality management, contributed both directly and indirectly to improve the quality and productivity of auto parts makers, local or Mexican auto part makers, enabling their participation in value chain. And in this way, we are, Japanese automobile industries or assemblers are partners of local Mexican suppliers and making this value chain a very important part of partnership between Japanese enterprises and Mexican enterprises. The second one is related to Mr. Yasui's presentation. He talked about the Cerrado agriculture. The second case is enormous, really enormous food value chain of Brazil. Here you see an example of food value chain consisting of soybean, feed, meat, and processed products. As Mr. Yasui said, 93% of Japanese imports of chicken is from Brazil. From this part of value chains, it is a very small part, but it demonstrates how this value chain is connected between Brazilian agriculture, processing with feed, producing chicken and other meats, with traceability and feedback of information on taste, quality, safety, etc. This enormous value chain has been constructed for years of works. Key factors which made possible this, the building of this value chain are following. Next, please. One is breakthrough innovation, enabling a vast land of the Cerrado, believed to be totally unfit for agriculture, converting to one of the most productive agricultural regions in the world. The left-hand side photograph is the before, and right-hand side photograph is after the development, but sustainable development agriculture in the Cerrado. Second point is Brazil and Japan's long-term cooperation, more than a quarter of a century for agricultural development of the Cerrado. And the third is the formation of food value chain extending from Brazil to Asian countries, including Japan. The third case is the salmon industry value chain. Today, Chile is the world top exporter of salmon, together with Norway. Japanese engagement was extended from the upstream, the whole phases of upstream and downstream. But what is very interesting is the development of new business models with Chilean salmon. Key factors which enabled this development is that, first of all, Chile and Japan long-term cooperation, again, a quarter of a century for salmon culture and processing industry. Second, future-oriented and long-term knowledge and technology enhancement in areas such as safe eggs production, creation of effective feed, control of diseases, etc., which were led by Japan-Chile Salmon Cooperation Project. The third point is the formation of food value chain extending from Chile to Japan, providing processed salmon for new business models innovated in Japan, such as conveyor belt sushi bars, kaiten sushi. And two companies, Japanese and Chilean companies, built a vertically integrated business model encompassing farming, processing, and sales. Mr. Omatoi, sorry, he knows very much more than myself about the salmon industry in Chile. The fourth case is the copper mining and processing value chain. According to a recent study of OECD, Chile's copper value chain faces serious challenges such as needs to introduce a new generation of ore concentration technology, improvement of efficiency of water and energy use, including seawater desalination, as well as automation, robotics, and smart mining. Yes. What is very impressive is that several Japanese companies have taken already a very cooperative and innovative approaches to address these challenges. This is a very interesting case of the innovation with value chain. For example, for seawater desalination, Mitsubishi has built water desalination and electricity generation facilities around surround mines in Chile. Use of seawater for ore dressing by Marmeni. New generation ore concentration by biomining. That is very cutting-edge technology with Nippon Mining and Metals and Codelco. Robotics and automation in mining. Komatsu developed the world first automatic transportation and highly efficient management of a copper mine using a large automatic driverless dump truck now in use in a copper mine of Codelco. These long-term relationship with innovation made very efficient and competitive copper mining and processing value chain of Chile. And these are just four value chains examples. I have several other cases which because of lack of time I cannot, but I'd just like to mention about sesame, which also Mr. Yasui talked about sesame. The case of Paraguay of sesame is a very interesting value chain because it is very inclusive. 30 to 40,000 small farmers are participating in this value chain. 70% of white sesame imported in Japan are from Paraguay. And that kind of, there are many, many other examples. So what we can learn from these case studies, this slide. First of all, the value chain, innovations and inclusive framework have played crucial roles. Second, Japan has been a hub of Asian regional value chain, and by extension, the hub of many products, GVCs, global value chains. So Japan LAC value chain could take advantage of functions of these global hubs, as well as years of accumulated experience in Asia. Third, Japan's location in Asia means that Japan LAC value chains can extend to fast-growing Asian economies beyond Japan, but including Japan. These value chains can also benefit from technological progress and innovations in Asia. Fourth, the cooperative and innovative approaches of Japanese companies, as highlighted in case studies, these approaches played a very important role. Related to this, Japanese trading companies that have been operating many years in LAC can continue to play key roles in Japan LAC value chains with their capacities for investment, financing, international trade, and coordination. So I'd like to conclude my presentation with these two messages. One is there are several new opportunities, new trends in these value chains. One is trade cost reduction and trade facilitation, as well as openness to FDI, could be promoted by economic partnership agreements together with multilateral trade agreements, so on and so on. Several recent new initiatives that commit to open regionalism are crucial in this regard. For example, TPP 11, which was discussed today, will open Latin American new venues and ways to construct strategic relations with Asia-Pacific countries. As for transparent and consistent rules and regulations and institutional upgrading, that is very important for value chains. Recent initiatives in multilateral fora, particularly in OECD, should be emphasized. In addition to the 3 OECD member countries from LAC, Mexico, Chile, and Colombia, Costa Rica is now acceding candidate, and Brazil, Argentina, and Peru are applying to become member countries. OECD is engaged in liberalization of trade and investment, rulemaking across a spectrum of policy areas, and the improvement of the business environment. All of these elements are so important for strengthening value chains. And second aspect of new opportunity is advanced Japan model, which was discussed by our Director General Omae. He talked about the new connectivity initiatives. 3 years ago, we discussed here in Washington in this Inter-American dialogue about Japan model. And we are seeing now advanced Japan model. Some salient features of Japanese decades-long advantage. Japan's engagement for decades in Latin America, or what has been described as the Japan model, have the potential to facilitate further development of Japan LAC value chain in future. Japan model consists of a long-term vision and engagement on the part of Japanese companies, an emphasis on investment in human capital, huge assets of Japanese companies have for investment as well as technology and know-how, an approach based on economic partnership agreements which goes well beyond FTAs because it includes cooperation together with public-private partnership with strong synergies between trade, investment, and cooperation. All of these factors of Japan model matter for strengthening value chains. Now, Japanese new initiative to enhance connectivity of economies, of values, and of wisdom will be very important factor for this new opportunity. As final remarks, I would like to mention this last sentence. Trans-Pacific quality ties based on value chains and innovation has become something much more than just spot or short-term transactional relationship, and help to build transformational relations from transactional to transformational. That is my final remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hosono. Thank you for your insights and your research. I'd like to now ask Mr. Tadashio Matoi, President of Mitsubishi Chile, who will share with us a presentation on Mitsubishi's impressive and very diversified investment profile in Latin America.
It doesn't come out. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Déjeme empezar con mi introducción. Antes que todo, my name is Tadashio Matoi. I'm now working in Santiago, Chile, as the representative of Mitsubishi Corporation, who is one of the Japanese trading company, or Sogo Shosha. Although I'm supervising all the business areas now, like salmon, power generation, water, automobile, and elevator. My background has been metals business, especially its upstream, namely the natural resources. When it comes to my geographical background, I worked in Caracas, Venezuela for 6 years, and in Santiago, Chile for 8 years. So I'm the kind of spending 14 years in Latin America. So Latin America is my second the hometown. Today I am going to share with you an analysis I try to make as to how the Japanese investment in Latin America got started, and then how that transformed, or how that shifted as time passed from private sector's point of view. Please look at the first slide. This slide, or a map, is trying to show how Japanese investment got started since late 1950s till 2000. I named this phase as initial phase. First of all, I want to highlight those investments that are colored in green. In the screen, green and blue look very alike. Sorry about that. These are all related with the Japanese technology. The most typical one is steel making in Brazil, called Ujiminas. This was founded in 1958 with the technical and the financial assistance from Japan, and was called at that time as a national project between Brazil and Japan. Between the two countries, there was another symbolic project called Ishibras, which was founded in 1959, just 1 year after the Ujiminas. This was a shipbuilding company that also with Japanese technology. Another technology-driven project, but in totally different field, was a salmon in Chile. Salmon didn't exist in the southern hemisphere, but by bringing alive salmon eggs all the way from Hokkaido, after trials and errors, Japan, together with the Chilean government, finally made it through to become the second largest salmon producing country, just behind Norway. On the other hand, to secure raw materials, which is vital to Japanese manufacturing industries, as a gentleman mentioned earlier, Japan invested or provided financing, coupled with a long-term purchase contract. These investments are colored in blue. Up till 2000, when China increased its demand dramatically, Japan accounted for a very important part in the seaborne market of raw materials, especially iron ore and copper and coal. Lastly, on this slide, it is worth mentioning that car manufacturers like Toyota and Honda started establishing their production platform in Brazil in late 50s or early 60s. And companies like Sony, Mitsubishi Electric, Ajinomoto, they also started their local production in Latin America about the same time. I think these investments brought not only Japanese products into Latin America, but also the Japanese culture to the consumer market in Latin America. Next slide. Here's the summary of the initial phase. A definite necessity of importing natural resources to Japan, especially copper and iron ore. And this does not change even today. Japan's important presence as the buyer in the seaborne market of natural resources. This means in order to develop a new mine, Japanese buyers' commitment to buy the final products was indispensable. Then advanced technologies were introduced from Japan to Latin America, such as iron and steel making, shipbuilding, and salmon farming. Therefore, there existed a win-win relation between Japan and the Latin American countries. On the other hand, the Japanese cars, electric equipment, seasoning, etc., arrived in Latin America, looking for a new market. Next slide, please. Here I talk about what happened after year 2000. I named this period as the second phase of Japanese investment in Latin America. Making this map, it was my surprise that the most of important investments made after 2000 were concentrated in mining or mining related. As China grew rapidly and strongly since early 2000s, Japan's presence in the seaborne market of natural resources as buyer, had decreased. And the investment, the model where Japan contributed as the main destination of output was no longer viable. Nevertheless, Japanese companies, most of them were trading companies like Mitsubishi, who I work for, invested in the 12 mining projects in Latin America. What happened? I think this had much to do with the growth strategy of Japanese trading companies. Namely, they were transforming themselves from a trading company to an investment company. And in the last 5 years or so, it seems to me that they are trying to go even further. I mean that they're trying to have a greater influence in the management of the mega projects of mining. I think the clear sign is that they are increasing their equity participation, sending directors to the board meeting and sending members to subcommittees despite of a huge magnitude of investment money required. Having said this, the technology-oriented investments, as we saw in the initial stage, still continue in this phase in certain areas. Investments in galvanizing steel for car industry and investments in seamless pipe for oil and gas industry, both were in Brazil, are good examples where high quality product was required. Next slide. And here's a summary of the second phase. Chinese economy grew sharply since early 2000s. Consequently, Japan's lower presence in the seaborne market. In the meantime, Latin America caught up in some technologies like such as steel making of ordinary grade and thermal farming. On the other hand, business environment of Latin America has improved in general, which led to more mega investments in mining. But an important sign is that investments are made with higher equity ratio, looking for more active involvement in the management of the project. Thank you. Thank you. Here, I try to analyze what would happen in near future. This is my estimate and guess. Japanese investment only accounts for, well, according to my understanding, less than 5% in the total investment into Latin America, while China is gradually increasing its investment in the region. What's the next opportunity for Japan? I consider that the survivors from the initial phase and the so-called hands-on model in the mining business in the second phase continue to be the core or the center of the Japanese presence in Latin America. While at the same time I expect the arrival of a new wave. The background that I see is the recent changes of people living in Latin America. I'm also living in Latin America. Middle class buying power is gradually improving to make the market greater, the consumer market greater. And thanks to the internet, the cultural globalization is taking place, which would give more understanding of different cultures. And people's lifestyle is changing. For example, average time spent for lunch on weekdays is getting shorter and shorter in Santiago. Well, it was very long, 10 years ago. And people tend to live in smaller apartments in Santiago. This kind of changes will lead to new taste, a new service, and a new infrastructure. Here, I see an opportunity of new investment from Japan that are focused on the consumption market. Maybe this trend is already underway. In Brazil, there is a Japanese fast food chain called Sukiya, operating 10 restaurants in São Paulo. And in Peru, there is a Japanese retail shop called Komonoya, who sells daily goods at 6 sol, which is equivalent to $2. Japanese retailers, fast food chains, and urban developers already have successful experience in Asian countries outside Japan. Of course, there always exists a competition, but I believe the quality and the culture of Japanese products and Japanese systems would have another success in Latin America. And here goes the summary of the last slide. As a background, increase in buying power and change in its culture and lifestyle. Therefore, I consider Latin America is ready to accept different cultures. When looking at Japanese retail, fast food, and also urban development, they are already in overseas market, looking for the next target. This trend is already seen in Brazil and Peru. I guess, and I expect, Chile may be the next target. However, needless to say, the stability of economy and political situation in Latin American countries is always essential for this future picture that I expect to see. Well, this is my attempt to analyze the transformation of Japanese investment in Latin America. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Matoi. Very interesting. I'd like to now invite Mr. Kevin Tynes, Chairman of Nippon Koi LAC, to share some of his thoughts on Japanese infrastructure development in Latin America and highlight some of the experience, I think, in Central America.
Yeah, and Gabrielle, if you don't mind, since it seems none of the men up here can change slides, I'll ask you to, yeah. Yeah, I went to graduate school in Baltimore at Johns Hopkins, and when I arrived last night, I thought, well, sort of nice to be back. And then I got up this morning. I live in Panama. I got up this morning, and it was 25 degrees, and my thought was, why the hell do you guys live here? You know, it's 85 in Panama. It's beautiful. We could all be out playing golf or fishing or doing something right now. And I looked just now, though, it's up to about 40 degrees outside, so I guess that's a little bit better, huh? Anyway, that's the Panama promotion thing. I'm going to talk about actually something that Nakamai-san mentioned during his presentation, which is Japanese ODA, or overseas development assistance, that's going on. Just to give you a little bit of background on our company, I'm with Nippon Koi. That's all the stuff about us. We're a big engineering firm. I guess the thing that's sort of notable is the very last thing there, which is different from most engineering companies worldwide. We're actually listed on the first section of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. We're a publicly traded company. Most engineering companies are privately held, so you don't get a whole lot of information about them. But if you're interested in who we are and what we do, everything is on the web, and including all of our projects and how big we are, etc. If you go to what we do in Latin America, and I think you'll have to push this button twice. Try one more. There we go. These are where all the offices we have around the region. These are permanent presence. The green ones, somebody said green and blue are looking alike. They do look alike, but we just opened offices actually recently in Argentina and Mexico. I actually didn't know if I should leave the Africa offices up there, but also Nakamai-san happened to mention a trilateral initiatives that are done by some governments in developing countries. The offices we have in Mozambique and actually in Cabo Verde are the results of a trilateral initiative between the governments of Brazil, Japan, and Mozambique for promoting development projects there. So our policy and the way we operate is actually using local and regional resources as much as possible. So the synergy between Mozambique and our Brazil operations with the Portuguese language as well as culture has been a key for our success there. What I'm going to talk about actually are some of the ongoing projects in the LAC region that we're involved in. All of these are done with Japanese ODA. If you can go on to the next one. There we go. This is the first one. This was also alluded to by Nakamai-san in his presentation. This is the Panama Metro Line 3. It's an expansion of the Panama Metro system. Panama started its metro system about 10 years ago, the original construction with Line 1. They're just about to finish Line 2. We're doing the engineering and actually right now gone out to bid for the third line of the metro. You can click it again there, Gabrielle. If I'd known how hard it was going to be, I wouldn't have made so many clicks in this. But basically it runs from the city center out to the western suburbs and will actually go across the new fourth bridge over the canal that's already been contracted to a Chinese contractor, by the way. We started the original designs in 2016. There were some studies that were done before that were actually promoted by the Japanese government as well. It uses Japanese monorail technology. Hitachi is providing the equipment. We're in the construction bid phase as we speak. We should be receiving the bids for the civil works in either late January or early February, depending upon whether there's an extension. And the total amount of the loan, which has been given through JICA, is about a little over $2.5 billion US dollars. It's actually quite a large project. It's one of the largest projects that Japan is doing anywhere in the world. Next slide. Here's another one that's specific to Japanese type technology. This is a geothermal project, which is in Bolivia. It's a bit smaller, but still actually quite a big project. About almost $600 million is the loan amount. For these, I'm actually not given the project cost because they haven't been bid yet, and that's information we don't divulge until we actually have the contract signed. But you can get an idea of what the project size is just by the loan amounts. This was something that was started officially also in 2016. We're right now in the well confirmation phase. Geothermal energy is actually a lot like the petroleum energy in that a lot of the largest costs are the upfront cost. You have to confirm that there's actually accessible hot water that you can get to, that you can drill down to, and that's the phase that we're in now. Once you do that, again, it's sort of like the petroleum industry. You just sink some wells down in there and you draw the hot water out, and that's what's used to turn the turbines. And the good thing about it is, unlike the petroleum industry, it's very renewable, it's very clean, and it just keeps going and going and going as long as the wells will provide the hot water. That's expected to come online around 2024 and is a very good project, as you can imagine. Adding 100 megawatts of geothermal power to the Bolivian power grid will be a substantial improvement for them. Next slide. These next ones get into more what I would consider just traditional Japanese ODA, which is really using the for local development projects. This one is called San Miguel Bypass. San Miguel is the second largest city in El Salvador. They have a big problem just because of heavy traffic going through the city center. So the Japanese government is financing a bypass road, basically a way to get around the city, mainly for the heavy trucks that are coming from the ports in the south back up to San Salvador. It's almost 22-kilometer 4-lane highway. You can see the route that's shown there. San Miguel is the dark brown portion in the middle. The detailed engineering started in 2017. It's also in the construction bid phase, and the total amount of the loan given by the Japanese government is $110 million US dollars. Another similar type project, this one in Florianopolis in Brazil, in Santa Catarina, is for the expansion of their wastewater collection system. Florianopolis is a very beautiful city right on the Brazilian coast. They have had problems because of contamination of the wastewater into the bays particularly. And so the Japanese government has given loans to help them improve their collection and treatment of wastewaters. There's over 500 kilometers of underground piping that's installed, 42,000 connections, 72 pumping stations. This one, the costs are shown there. It's just over $200 million total investment. It's actually in the construction phase already, and the loan that was provided by the Japanese government was just a little bit over $142 million US dollars. And then the final project, again, this was more for rural development. It's an expansion of rural roads in Paraguay, in 3 of the departments in rural Paraguay. This is actually a follow-on. This is the 3rd phase of a multi-phase project. To date, there have been over 600 kilometers of roads that rural roads that have been paved using Japanese financing. This started in 2013, and if all goes well, it'll actually be completed in November of next year. Relatively small compared to the others, but actually has quite a big impact on the local communities. And something special about this that's different from a lot of the projects that are done in this way is that all of the construction was locally procured. The Japanese government in this case allowed for local competitive bidding so that the work's actually being done all by local contractors with quite good results, and as I say, with very definite positive impacts for the communities that are near the projects. That's all my presentation. I'd wondered if anybody from ANA is here. I know that they're one of the sponsors. Is anybody from ANA here? You're from ANA? Oh, you're not. Because, yeah, they've been saying they were going to have a direct flight from Tokyo to Panama for about 10 years, and so I wanted to lobby just to see if we could get that on the thing. So if anybody knows anybody from ANA, please tell them we'd really like that. So.
Thank you, Kevin. I'd like to now call on our last speaker, Dr. Takashi Togami, who's director of the Agricultural Science Lab at PS Solutions, a subsidiary of SoftBank. And he's going to give a presentation on applying IT and innovation in agriculture in Latin America. Dr.
Thank you, Gabriel. Could you switch on the slide? Yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Takashi Togami from PS Solutions Corp, and I'm a bit worried about my presentation because what I'm going to talk about today is something practical and technical in agricultural section. And so I hope I can give you useful information by the end of my presentation. Anyway, PS Solution is a subsidiary company of SoftBank, as Gabriel said. And why IT company in agriculture section? And that is because the application of information communication technology has a greater potential to solve so many issues we are facing in the world. So, first of all, please let me talk about a little bit about the current situation in agriculture and the world, the issues we are facing. So not many people know agriculture is the industry that uses most of water. For example, Japanese major industry is not agriculture, yet used 67% of total water usage in 2011. This is a bit old static data, but pretty much the same right now. And so I would like you to imagine if it is a country whose industry is, whose major industry is primary industry. On the other hand, world population is continuously increasing, especially in Asia and Africa. So it is obvious that increase in population leads to increase in more requirements of water. So more population, more water for living and more water for food production. So in agriculture, the development of optimal water management method that maximize crop yield with limited water resource will be required. Another agriculture issue is greenhouse gas emission from agriculture. It is said that methane emission from paddy field is 27% of the whole anthropogenic methane emission in the world. I have mentioned water resources, world population growth, and greenhouse gas emissions. However, there are more issues in agriculture, such as food security and safety, traceability, and climate change, and sustainability, and so on. So it is extremely hard to cope with the issues or to solve the issues by implementing the same cultivation method until now. So new methods or tools contributing to solve the issues are strongly required. Next slide, please. So in order to solve these issues, it has begun to apply new technologies in agriculture. Advanced technologies such as IoT, big data, AI, and CPS, which stands for Cyber Physical System. Next slide, please. So in agriculture nowadays, there are so many sensing devices or sensing systems, and also data visualization becomes common, just like these pictures. So, however, here is the question. Is just visualization enough to support farmers or implement eco-friendly agriculture? Well, many of you say no, and my answer is not enough. Then how can we use collected data for cultivation or support farmers? It is assumed that to utilize environmental data, we have to think from the plant science point of view. So please look at the slide below. And this is an example of Japanese rice cultivar koshihikari. And I have lined up by growing stages, such as sowing stages, rooting stages, maturing stages, harvesting stages. And as you can see in each stages, there is a number and cultivation know-how. In other words, these are value-added data, and these scientific evidence have been accumulated thanks to so many researchers and scientists. So our approach to utilize major data is integration of scientific knowledge from plant phenology, biology, physiology, pathology, and cultivation know-how with agriculture IoT technologies. Next slide, please. And this is our e-Kakashi solution, and Kakashi means scarecrow in Japanese. So just like electric scarecrow keeps eye on your agriculture field. And e-Kakashi is a tool providing function to implement science-based agriculture. So in e-Kakashi, we collect environmental data, but we are more focusing on utilizing data for cultivation. So integration of scientific knowledge with IoT technologies are able to do this navigation function, just like car navigation system. So it will tell you when to do, what to do. So probably we can estimate the harvesting timing as well. We assume this is a very important function to support farmer decision making and also reduction of production costs and implementation of environmental conservation and so on. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to introduce application example. And the first example is human resource development. I strongly believe that to implement eco-friendly agriculture with high yield sustainably, education for younger generation is extremely important. Therefore, we have made education projects for younger generations in cooperation with some of agriculture technical colleges in Japan. What we have been providing are the opportunities to learn about agriculture issues, advanced technologies such as agriculture IoT, and science-based and eco-friendly agriculture. Before this project, students had no idea how to use plant physiology in cultivation because they think plant physiology or science is individual thing and cultivation is other thing. There is no link between them. That's why what we are trying is to connect between science and cultivation in one table. So agriculture IoT or advanced technology can help education as well. So in this project, students have opportunities not only to use IoT devices by themselves, but also to learn how to use data for cultivation supported by teachers and facilitators. So something happens or probably the disease occurs, students go into our web application site, look at the data, and then they create their own graph to analyze why it happens, just like that. And second example is a project with SHIAT, that is International Research Institute, and this project is one part of SATREP's project supported by JICA and JST. And thanks to this project, we could start our agricultural project in Colombia. As I mentioned earlier, agriculture uses most of water and methane is emitted from paddy field. On the other hand, it is reported that optimal water management can save irrigation water without reducing yield. And also it is reported that alternative wetting and drying method can reduce methane emissions as well. So our challenge using scientific knowledge with agriculture IoT technologies in Colombia is creating optimum water management method, enabling saving water and reducing methane emissions, yet high yield. This would be the green technology enabling eco-friendly agriculture. Next slide, please. And next example is new project started this year. And this is project between Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan and the Colombian government. And this project's final goals are improving productivity, human resource development, and environmental conservation. And in this project, we are focusing on constructing agriculture information platform that integrates all the information such as collected data, scientific knowledge, plant information necessary for the analysis towards the goals. Next one, please. And last example is also a new project in Colombia with IDB, SHIAT, and Blanquita, which is local rice milling company and is part of the value chain. The project's main objective is to improve the productivity and sustainability of rice farming in Colombia by implementing a new technological solution and to solve environmental problems. The project between Japanese government and Colombian government is focusing on the construction of agriculture information platform, whereas in this project, we are trying to prove the effectiveness of the concept and system in actual rice fields in Colombia, in collaboration with IDB, shared local rice farmers, and Blanquita. We have 3 individual projects in Colombia, and each of them has a very important role toward the same goal. Now I'd like to talk about agriculture information platform in the future at the conclusion. Probably this would be the trend for many countries and many companies that to create or to construct information platform for useful for value chain as well. So this is the ideal diagram of agriculture platform in near future. And on the left-hand side, environmental data collected by sensors and plant information are stored in the platform in the middle of the orange colored. And an AI that is based on plant science compare collected data with scientific knowledge and analyze them. So producer can receive alerts and advice. So it will be greater help for less experienced producers. And in addition, the AI will dramatically change the usage of fertilizer and pesticides. So it is because AI will advise optimal quantity and time. We believe this is a very important factor that will lead to reduction of production cost and environmental conservation. And moreover, research institute can access to the platform. Therefore, this will help on new research, and in new research, we can obtain new information, knowledge, and that would be stored in the platform. Of course, this platform can be accessed by any companies, such as trading company, food companies. So this platform will contribute to economic activities as well. In conclusion, this system is not only collecting environmental data by IoT technologies, but also it has greater potential to give lots of benefits to producers and companies or business enterprise, as well as to implement eco-friendly agriculture. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Togomi, for that very interesting presentation. In fact, they all were very interesting and different in their own way. Well, we have about 15 minutes for Q&A. Maybe I'll assert my privilege as the moderator to ask the first question, and then I'll open it up to the floor. And my question is for anybody in the panel that would like to answer. You know, many companies, foreign companies invested in Latin America are facing a number of political headwinds and trade headwinds as well. On the political front in Latin America, we've had governments swing from far left to far right and back again. Each time a government comes in, they're bringing their own directions on policy, and you know there's some shifts involved with that. On the trade front, the CPTPP is about to enter into force. In Latin America, only Mexico, I believe, has ratified, although Peru and Chile are going to be forthcoming. Separately, there's talks about deepening ties between Japan and Mercosur, while also flexibilizing Mercosur to allow some of the Mercosur countries to seek bilateral FTAs. How, as companies invested in the region, how are you managing some of the risk? How are you managing some of the opportunities? How are you thinking about some of these challenges and helping set a strategy in the face of a very uncertain future?
I don't know if I can respond to your question completely, but this new trends of Latin American countries to become member country of OECD is a very positive step in terms of the consolidation of institutions or other, regulatory framework, etc. I think, for example, in addition to Mexico, Chile, and Colombia, 3 countries already member countries, but we have Argentina, Brazil, and Peru are applying to become OECD member. I think there could be some kind of conversion into a very stable and consolidated framework of business environment.
Is it on? Let me answer to you the first part of your question that has to do with investment. The point you mentioned, the political and the trade, commercial, the backwinds, that is indeed a serious problem for us investors. So what we can do is we keep ourselves vocal and having a direct communication with the government to show concerns that we cannot continue investing if the unexpected sudden change in regulation happens because it's simply because we are investing in long term. So the changes are okay. We can deal with it, but the sudden changes is what we cannot accept by all means.
Yeah, actually, our industry is a little bit different in that we work principally with public sector clients. As you might have noticed from my presentation, most of the projects go over several years, some of them even reaching longer than a decade. So we end up dealing with sometimes 2 or 3 different governments during the culmination of the project. And so we really have to just deal with whoever's in power. I mean, we don't have any choice. Once we sign the contract, we have to finish it. I would also say that my first experience in Venezuela, which is where I started my career in Latin America, I was there when Chavez literally made his first attempt at overthrowing the then government. And so these kinds of things have been happening everywhere, not just Latin America, but they happen everywhere. I mean, I think you can argue that probably the tumultuous governmental events in the United States and Europe, in China, have much more effect than changing a small government in Latin America does on our overall business. So we just try to deal with it as best we can, move forward. The good thing in our industry, people always need roads, they always need bridges, the infrastructure industry is going to be there, so we just adapt and move forward. Yeah.
Well, managing risk of company investment is always asked by our board member of company. And especially in Latin America, Colombia, that is very far and very different culture. And especially for us in agriculture side, there are different species and different crops. So our strategy is doing little by little, just like our JICA Satellite project for the start with. Then we did a bit of POC. Then next project is our Ministry of MIC of Japan and Colombian government. And next step is probably IDB and so on. So we can probably reducing the risks of the investment. That's what I think.
Yes, take 2 questions here. I think Barbara in the first row, and then.
A question for Professor Osono and another for Mr. Omotoy. Is that okay? Okay. Osono Sensei, I wonder if you could talk a bit more about the institutional network behind the value chains you discussed. You began that in your last slides talking about the Japan side, but I'm interested in the Latin American side because I noticed that in 3 of the 4 value chains, government agencies were absolutely crucial. Copper Chile, Codelco, Salmon Chile, Corfo, Food Brazil, Embrapa. Did the Japan side find it easier to work with government agencies as building these value chains? Is that now beginning to change? Mr. Omotoy, I was absolutely fascinated by your new phase. New phase. I'm pretty familiar with the old phases, but the new phase is really interesting. But so the new phase, just to remind everybody, is Japan being more interested in the consumer market, consumer culture in Latin America. But the Latin Americans are more interested in the opposite. They're more interested in being able to export food items to Japan and elsewhere in Asia. That could be fruit, wines, bimbo bread, Peruvian and Mexican restaurants. Is Japan doing anything, or is Mitsubishi Shoji doing anything to help Latin Americans export more non-traditional exports to Japan?
Yeah. I'm interested in knowing the role that violence in these countries play in reference to the advancement of business, especially in the area especially Colombia, Brazil, San Miguel, etc. So I'm curious as to how corporations are dealing with that social threat. And in reference to Mr. Togami, I'm hoping that in the future you can develop some projects in the Quibdó Chocó area, because that's where the majority of Afro-Colombians happen to be. And I didn't see any in your slide. So, y estoy de acuerdo de que Panamá tiene el mejor clima y prefiere estar allá que aquí sufriendo del frío.
Barbara-san, thank you very much for your very important question. I think Japanese government and Japanese companies work together with Latin American public agencies at the inception phase or early development phase. As, for example, Danny Roderick discussed, there are some phases where market system doesn't work. When, for example, R&D is very risky, in case of Embrapa in the Cerrado. I think without this public research cooperation, no private entities would have invested such a large amount of fund to develop breakthrough technology. So in some phases, particularly inception phase, we need involvement of government or semi-government sector. That also happened with yes. Thank you. Yes. Somewhat similar happened in the case of salmon industry. At the initial phase, CERNAP, Servicio Nacional de Pesca, worked with JICA. In the case of supporting industries with out-part makers in Mexico, small and medium enterprises need some support in order to participate at the beginning. So local government, universities, etc., also participated in this supporting industry. So I think in the case of value chain development, we cannot live just at market forces. We need to be very flexible, and we need to establish some public-private partnership. Yes. In the case of Codelco, Codelco is different. It's such a big multinational corporation in copper industry. So Japanese companies worked with Codelco and also at some private companies of Chile. I think the case of Codelco is different from Embrapa, CERNAP, and local governments in Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your question, which is very valid. I think every business has to have a advantage or strategy. I think in case of export of agriculture, the products from, well, I'm in Chile, so I talk about Chile. They are from Chile to Japan. I think the advantage is having opposite season. So thanks to that, already the product flow is there. For products like arándanos, blueberry, grapes, the kiwis, sometimes tomato, but Mitsubishi Corporation or 総合商社 trading companies, we are not much involved there. because I think that they can go direct without our help of well, we are helping trading like Mitsubishi's in the export of Conchai Toro the wine, but the investment is not being done so far due to various reasons. One of the reasons is in case of Mitsubishi Corporation, our strategy is to invest in a protein, not in sugar, because we consider that the people are going to be health conscious more and more in future. So that's why we invested in more than 1.5 billion US dollars in salmon farming. And pork, maybe pork and the chicken, maybe the candidate for us. And I think the other Sogo Shosha having a similar strategy. On the other hand, a Chilean government agency, Invest Chile, they are asking us to bring Japanese technology to value add to their agricultural products. The Chilean government don't want to export the fruits or the vegetable as it is. They want to value add something special to be competitive. I think that area maybe we should work a little bit harder. Having a high antenna for the new technology that allows value adding to the Chilean or Latin American agriculture products.
Yeah, just direct to go to the security issue. We're, and I would say actually lucky, we get to work in a lot of impoverished areas because that's sort of what we do is looking to bring infrastructure to people who don't already have it. There are really two things that we try to focus on because it is a big issue. We obviously want our people to be safe and we want the people around our projects to be safe. The first thing is, even though we're a Japanese company in that we're headquartered in Japan, our international approach is what we call a multi-domestic operation, in that we try to have as many local and regional people employed as possible. So when we're looking for engineers, our first choice, if we're in Peru, we look for a Peruvian engineer. Our second choice, if there's nobody available that has the requirements, we'll go to Colombia or to Mexico for somebody to work in Peru. It's actually only as a last resort that we'll bring somebody in from outside. And that just makes sense. You do that anywhere. We don't bring in Nepalese engineers to do projects in Japan. That's just how it works. So the people that work for us feel like they're involved in the project, not just feel, they are involved in the projects. And then secondly, we do a lot of work, as I showed, with JICA, but we also work with a number of other agencies, with the IDB, with the World Bank. All of them generally have very strict requirements for making sure that all of the stakeholders are involved. So we have to have public meetings about the projects. We have to do the environmental and social impact assessments. And so the people in the area generally get involved beforehand. And so they themselves become sort of the best police, as it were, because they realize that what's going on is actually going to help improve their lives, and so they don't want the violence to be associated with the projects. We have had some instances. We recently had two of our engineers were kidnapped in Peru. But it was a situation where in a very, very rural community, a community where you can only get to by boats, we were installing water systems, and the contractor had hired all local people. The contractor hadn't paid the local people. And so the project was almost finished, and the people thought the only way they could make sure they got paid was by taking some of the the outside staff, and they actually took 2 of our engineers and a couple of the contractors' engineers hostage. We worked through the local government. We went in, we negotiated, we made sure the people got paid, and our people were released, and there were no problems. But yeah, the main thing is just trying to get the local people involved in the projects and make sure everybody has some kind of stake in it.
Thank you. Well, I see Michael Shifter has entered the room, so I think it's my signal that we are going to close here right on time, actually, I should note. I want to thank all of our panelists, and I want to thank the dialogue. I want to thank the Japan Association of Latin America and the Caribbean for the event today, and I will turn it over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. I just, don't worry, I'll be brief. I just want to thank all of the panelists today for their excellent contributions, extremely interesting, extremely informative. I want to thank the Japan Association of Latin America and the Caribbean for their partnership. This, again, as Margaret mentioned at the beginning, this is the 4th meeting that we've done, 2 in Washington, 1 in Mexico City, and 1 in Tokyo, which was terrific. And we're going to continue to look at this relationship that often is sort of below the radar, doesn't get a lot of attention. It doesn't dominate the headlines, but it's absolutely fundamental. And it's been going on for a long time. It continues to evolve in very interesting ways, as we heard during the course of today's session. So the dialogue is committed to being engaged in this area. I also want to give special thanks to Margaret Myers, who's done a remarkable job in directing our program on Asia and Latin America. And she's really put a lot of effort into this partnership and making it a reality. So thank you, Margaret, and also my colleague, Ricardo Barrios, for his support and his assistance as well. It's clear today that we've learned that the many decades of cross-Pacific ties have generated lots of gains for both Japan and Latin America. Despite the uncertainty both in Latin America and throughout Asia. And all of our speakers have noted today that there is tremendous possibility for Japanese innovation and targeted investment to bring new advances and strides to the region. We look forward to working with our partners to better understand this evolving and critical relationship and identify areas in which Japan and Latin America can most benefit from continued cooperation. Let me finally thank our sponsors, Mitsubishi Americas, thank you, Nippon Koi, PC Solutions Corporation, ANA, and Prudential. Without your support, we would not be able to continue this very timely and important analysis of a very, very important subject. So thank you all very much for coming, and we hope to see you again soon at the Inter-American Dialogue for other events on Japan and other important topics. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.